Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to RSC EU. We are here into the playoff streams now, and we've got the delight of bringing you the first of the playoffs here. We've got this lower quarter-final, the upper semi-final first up here between Icicle and Jubatus from the Prospect Division. I am Tom Dinner. Alongside me for these first two games, the upper semi-final and the lower quarter-final is Fino. And Fino, as I'll eventually get my words out, this game, as we get into these playoffs, should be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups here for this evening as well. We have on the B stream as well, the upper semi, Pluton up against Obscurity, which is an interesting matchup as well. So make sure to check out in between. You know, sometimes maybe this stream ends a bit, the series ends a bit quicker than we expected. Maybe check in on the B stream for some more Rocket League action as well. Just wanted to give them a little shout out because all of the Rocket League action that we're having tonight is going to be amazing as usual. But the first one for this mainstream, as Tom just announced, Icicle up against Jubatus, and one of these teams will be moving over to the upper final later on, and one of them will be facing another team, getting a second chance in the lower quarter, as you mentioned. But other than that, we have a little bit of info regarding the two teams, no?
We do. It's the playoff bracket, and this is how it was. Oh, no, it's just disappeared off my screen. Here are the the team statistics. I apologise for Icicle versus Jubatus. It's first versus second in their respective conferences. 49 wins for Icicle, 44 for Jubatus, 23 losses to 28. 197 goals for the Icicle attack versus 173. Then it's 136 goals against versus 133. So it's a better attack versus a better defence here, which I think is going to be a very interesting dynamic indeed. But it's first versus second, and for a playoff match, you can't really ask for much better than that, can you? It's also a cross-conference match, which is going to add another dynamic to it.
Meaning that these two teams have earlier in league play has not played each other, is that correct? So it's going to be the first time, you know, getting a feel of how the other team just plays. And will it be tough? Will it be easy? Who knows? It's playoffs. The nerves are there. And the stats look really scary, doesn't it?
They do, and yes, this will be the first time that these two teams do play against each other in this season, and it's what a better time to do so. Here are the Icicle lineups, and I've actually commentated on Icicle a couple of times so far this season. Jay Kuziak has played 54 games, Phoenix 71, Toxic Drip with 12, and then Aldi with 71 games. As for the goals, it's Phoenix leading the way there. Aldi leading the way there with 75, Phoenix on 73, Jay Kuziak with 41. Toxic Drip is very much a substitute in this lineup. It appears playing the 12 games with just a single goal. As for assists, it's actually Phoenix being the greater playmaker, with Aldi only having 42 compared to 44. Toxic Drip again being the substitute role there at 5 assists in his 12 games. Jay Kuziak with 37 assists. As for saves, it seems to be Phoenix FPV being the greater goalkeeper of the bunch, Aldi only having 56 saves. As for Jubatus, how are they looking at this stage in the competition?
Well, on the other hand, as you mentioned, Jubatus, we have the lineup of a big Chebs, Archangel, Double Harry with Toxic 911, and the amount of games that each player has played so far seems to be Big Chebs, who has played the most, 68 games. Then we have two people tied with each other, which is Toxic and Archangel with 55 games both on their half. And then the sub Double Harry, as it seems, 14 games only played. For the goals, on the other hand, Big Chebs once again coming out with the most goals for the team, 65 goals. And then second up is Archangel with 50, 43 for Toxic, and only 8 goals on Double Harry's side. And for the playmaker, well, again, Big Chevs, man, this guy has stepped up a lot in terms of player stats for the team. 43 assists, and then next up Toxic with 38, Archangel with 28, and Double Harry with 8 assists himself as the sub. And 74 saves under Big Chebs again. He's just been outperforming his teammates throughout the stats here. Next up is Archangel with 63, 1 save ahead of Toxic, and then 12 saves under Double Harry's name. And the shot accuracy, win percentage, and goal percentage is just very, very tight between everyone, actually.
Absolutely, and we've actually been given a really interesting sheet to us, all the casters. All of the team captains have been given questions on how they thought that the season has been going. Icicle were asked, how do you feel league play went? And they said they couldn't have hoped for better, and their goal this season was to make playoffs. So really, they are currently operating on bonuses, you'd say, just trying to do as best as they can throughout the playoffs, which I think is very interesting indeed. It's a very interesting way to look at it. As for Debaters, they were also saying that they wanted to make playoffs, and this is actually the furthest that any of their teams have gotten in RSC. So again, probably operating on bonuses for themselves at this stage. However, you don't want bonuses when you get into the playoff games. You want to win it as much as you can, and I think that's just going to be the goal here. Just win all of these games in the playoffs is the pretty simple theory, and then get into that grand final a little bit. Well, I think it's tomorrow, the Prospect Grand Final, isn't it, or is it later this evening? I can't remember which one it is.
I can't remember either, but we have everyone in the arena now. Shall we let them lose for the first series then?
Yes, and just to repeat that, it is later this evening, the Prospect Grand Final. I should have known that, but yes, we can get the players into the game.
Yeah, first game of the evening, the Manfield Night. First series, Icicle up against Debaters, the upper semi-final. Game number 1 underway.
And it's immediately underway with Icicle playing in the blue and Toxic trying to go for the air dribble immediately, and it just can't quite get turned home. Icicle in the blue, Debaters in the red. Kuziak now trying to bring this ball away down into the corner. Toxic is going to be there to match it. It sort of bounces awkwardly off of the corner, and then Aldi gets one up in the air, is able to reach up and match the ball and tap it home. That was a really awkward bounce off of the corner, and Aldi was able to turn it home absolutely beautifully in the air.
Great punishment by Aldi as well. A double commit on the backboard leaves the net open for the blue player to just absolutely sneak it by the defense. But now on the transition, nearly snuck one by as well. Big Chops nearly puts his name early on the board as well, but couldn't really find the extra angle. Phoenix now looking for a clear. Does get it by the defense. Toxic last man around. Does get a small touch, but that's Oldie with another shot. It will go in. 2-0.
Perfect start for the Icicle crew here, who are really getting this game underway perfectly. 2-0 in the first of the 5 games, and the least encouraging thing for the Debaters team is that now Big Cheps, one of their players, has got some issues with his connection. It seems to have stabilised now, but they'll be hoping that doesn't continue in such an important game for their season. The upper semi-final, vying for a place in that all-important final. A little bit later on, Kuziak has a shot, can't quite come off. Cheps now bringing this away, trying to go over the top of one, and it just goes a little bit wayward, the shot, but Toxic is able to collect onto Double Harry, who's going to try a shot once more. Already now having a shot actually down the other end, and Toxic does very well to rotate back to get it saved. Now down the right hand side wall, Aldi puts it back into the danger area. Chebs is able to bring it away, and Kuziak can't quite get to the ball either. This time he's trying to knock it back for a teammate. Toxic's going to collect. Harry thinks about a shot, but Phoenix is there to match it in the end. Into the midfield area, right on the centre circle. Off to Aldi in this corner. 3 minutes and 22 seconds to go with a huge demo, actually, if they can get this ball turned around. Icicle the better of the two teams at the moment.
Yeah, currently the pressure is on Juventus. There's still 2 goals down, but the pressure from Icicle just can't really be broken currently, as Phoenix sends one into the corner as I speak. But Toxic now looking for a clear, gets cut short by one of the defense. As Big Chaps does send it up high. Toxic is there, tries to look for a teammate in the middle, but gets a small touch. Big Chaps into the middle, that's a shot, but not on target. Only gets the credit for the save, as Big Chaps tries to put it into their own corner. That's bouncing dangerously into the middle. Big Chaps gets another touch though, clears it off the side. Toxic with a shot, will it go in? No! Phoenix with the save, and no one to be putting any more pressure. Double Harry now does finally decide to go for it, but so far it's just going back and forth without entering anyone's net.
I think it's going to continue like that as Chev's now down this left-hand side trying to create something for the team, knowing that it pretty much is make or break, but actually he runs into a bit of a cul-de-sac, and that cul-de-sac being one of his own players. Now into the centre, can it fall for Kuziak? It can't. It rebounds back up. They have got Aldi back ready to bring this away into the corner. It was an open net, but at that angle it would have been impossible to get a goal. He tries to put it back into that sort of danger area of the centre, but it rebounds back out to him. Toxic now down this right-hand side trying to get the beating of Kuziak. Kuziak brings it off of the wall, only as far as Harry though, who now back onto the sidewall into the corner, has one that falls, doesn't quite fall well enough. Phoenix brings it away. Nervy stages in the first game of this upper semi-final. 2-0 at the moment to Icicle. Icicle weathering a little bit of a storm of pressure here, not wanting to overcommit in the attack to make sure that they keep this 2-goal advantage as we head towards that final minute to 20. Now into the centre, Aldi's clearance is trying to find Phoenix, can't quite find Phoenix. Aldi has to go into the air to get it clear once and for all. A shot is off of the post really, I'm not sure if it was a shot as much trying to set up a teammate in the centre. Phoenix now off of the corner, trying to put it into the middle, can't quite. This one is in the middle for Kuziak, who off of the backboard tries to find Phoenix, who has a shot and gets 3-0, and they have one hand on that point at the moment and one hand on the game. 3-0 to Icicle.
Less than 1 minute now to score 3 goals. Anything is possible, but by the looks of it, the constant pressure from Icicle is just not allowing anything from Juventus to happen. As I speak, make it 4-0, and a hat trick for Aldi is what might put the dagger on the coffin.
He actually got demolition, but he couldn't even celebrate his own goal. And well, that's a shame as we get that kicked off. I don't think he'll mind Icicle putting in a superb performance here. And is it too early to talk about the sweep as Phoenix again makes it 5? And that's his second goal of the game. And they are just all at sea now, Juventus. They need to rest up and go again.
Yeah, the confidence is really showing now on the Icicle side. They're just pouncing shot after shot, and it just seems to find their way in to the net all the time as well. Phoenix now looking for another attempt. Possibly gets a double touch, but that's a small touch from Double Harry to prevent anything from going any further. As Jacuzzi can't really do much with the ball. That's bouncing into the middle, no boost to work with. That's open on the blue side. Big Chaps recapitalize, and they finally put one under their own name.
Finally, I think it's the word. A little bit too little, too late. A consolation goal at most here from the Juventus side. I mean, perhaps they can go and get 4 goals in 30 seconds, but it would probably be the greatest comeback in RSC playoff history. As Phoenix brings this into the centre, really now just trying to knock this around for a little bit and making sure that they don't do any stupid overcommits to put needless pressure on themselves. But with 15 seconds to go, I think we all know the way that this game is going. As Aldi gets a shot off, it goes off of the wall. Phoenix can't get the follow-up in the end. 8 seconds to go. It is going to be Icicle who take this first game here, and they have played superbly. It's about 1,300 points between them, and they get this victory. 1-0 in the series to Icicle. 2 more games to go for them before they are in the final.
2 more games is all they need. The confidence is there, as showed 3 goals by Aldi, a hat trick, 720 points under his name. 2 goals for Phoenix as well. We saw him try to chase for that hat trick himself, but couldn't really finish it at the end. And Jacuzzi doing his job with assists as well, assisting 3 of the goals that went in under Icicle. But Big Chaps at the end there, finding a constellation for the team at least, an open net to capitalize on. And it's not looking too good for you, Beaters. We expected a bit more, seeing how close and, in stats, in terms of stats, of course. But to see that Icicle just walked away from game 1 with 5-1, it's a bit of a shocker, isn't it?
Yes, and the winner of this game awaits Pluton, the winner of Pluton or Obscurity, at 7 o'clock UK time, 2000 CEST, and that should be a cracking game over on their side, happening right now as we're back into this game, ready to go for game 2. This should be a very enthralling second game, as Icicle, who were the automatic qualifiers for this particular game, immediately get us underway, and Phoenix misses. Well, I don't want to call it a howler because it might have been a little bit difficult, but I think he would back himself to score those 9 times out of 10, let's say.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate as well. The angle was a bit too tough, and depending on how much boost he had, could not really finish it. But so far, the pressure is getting on by your Beaters. Another shot by Toxic, but just cut short by Oldie as Phoenix side flips. Can't really find a touch on the ball as Jacuzzi is forced to try to make a clear. That was dangerous, but gets blocked nonetheless. Phoenix with a shot now, doesn't find the back of the net. It hits the post. That must be a bit heartbreaking as Jacuzzi tries to force more pressure onto the red side, as Phoenix finally does get the clear, as Double Harry again looking for a clear, got short by Oldie. Gets by 1. Double Harry looking for a midfield pass, does it himself onto the backboard, can't really finish it off. Oldie cuts it short. The ball slowly rolling into the red corner now as Oldie keeps it there. The ball looking to make its way into the middle, but just taken away from by Big Chips. Another shot here, Toxic into the corner. Will it bounce out? It doesn't, just rolls it a bit too slow. But so far, none of the teams seem to find the key in.
No, the door is definitely locked and trying to find the key. But at the moment, Icicle looking much the better of the two sides in terms of chances created. And here is another chance, but actually Kuziak there got the worst of his teammates. And now they're caught at the back. And is there going to be an opportunity? And Chebs puts it well wide. And that could be their chance. Harry on the follow-up again. No one wants to score. This has been a game full of opportunities. Kuziak tries to put this game to bed the way it's going, but still 0-0. Harry trying to avenge the mistake of his teammate. Both teams making pretty big howlers at this stage. The pressure perhaps of the stream just getting to them slightly. The pressure of the situation. Icicle needn't apply themselves any pressure. They are 1-0 up in this series. It is in their hands, and of course a second life does await the loser of this in the lower quarter final, which takes place actually in a couple of hours time, so they have that in mind. In fact, the lower quarter final taking place directly after this. Into the centre, a chance for Chebs, and Chebs finally gets the goal, and a big moment in this game from a Jabata's perspective. It fell quite nicely for him, just turning over a lovely car position to turn it home. And Icicle will be ruining those missed opportunities.
Yeah, Chaps finally does redeem himself for that open net miss, but nonetheless, the pressure's still on by your Beaters. A pass into the middle, Toxic cannot finish it. Phoenix with the clear. Double Harry nearly beat him to the ball, but doesn't do so. Chaps now with the clear as well. Phoenix tries to get something done, can't do so. Oldie gets the block. Double Harry looking for a play, but cut short by Kuziak as he gets demoed by Chebs. Toxic off to the side. Oldie is waiting. That's a midfield pass. Is anyone going to follow it up? No! No one is close enough to finish it. Phoenix, another pass to the middle, but just rolls a bit too high over the net.
Back into the centre, an opportunity if it falls for someone. Aldi brings it to this left-hand side wall, but runs out of boost, and it gets boomed back downfield for Kuziak to try and get into the centre. Kuziak has an opportunity if he can beat Toxic. He can beat Toxic. It's a superb solo play, but an equally a superb save from Chevs off the line. Aldi on the follow-up, another save from Harry. That was the opportunity, surely, as Kuziak trying to keep this opportunity alive. Chevs brings it away. Phoenix now into the centre. Bounces it off of this back wall. And Icicle can't quite find the net at this stage. It's been a much different second game as Debaters are suddenly looking much of the better team. However, that look can't be understated. It's Phoenix now trying to create something desperately in the last minute now. Icicle really with their backs against the wall, wanting to force overtime. It's boom towards the right-hand side wall, which Toxic gives a little bit of a chase onto. Aldi leaves it well alone. Chebs now has a shot. It's a 50-50 with Phoenix. And Jay Kuziak on the goal line can't quite bring it away. 30 seconds to go in this second game of the best-of-5 series of this upper semi-final. The winner is awaiting the full final. The loser, the lower quarters. This is a shot that just goes off of the crossbar. Kuziak now trying to bring one into the centre. Can't do so. Chebs is able to clear it away. 14 seconds to try and find a goal from an Icicle perspective. Already has a shot. It's a little bit wayward. Now Kuziak has an opportunity on this right-hand side. It's in the corner with 7 seconds to go. It's make or break. He tries to pass it to a teammate. They can finally... Oh no! It's not gone in! And it just bounces out! And in the most dramatic of fashions, Debaters are going to win this second game. And that could have gone anywhere. All they needed was something on it, and they couldn't find it.
No, that is not what is... That's not something we did not expect out of the first game. Let's be honest here. Debaters to get the upper hand on Icicle the second game, but that no one was able to force that ball through at the last dying moments is just heartbreaking for the team in blue.
Icicle not quite able to break the ice of the Debaters defence there, and they nearly did. And those are the kind of things that if you are slightly, let's say, the underdog from Debaters, even though they finished second in their conference, they had to go through that round one in the upper tier. So, you know, let's say they needed perhaps a little bit of luck in that game, and well, they certainly got it. Of course, winner advancing automatically into the upper final. The loser, of course, having to play the winner of Hot Metal versus Limousine. But we're about to get back in for Game 3 here, and well, predictions for the rest of the series, Viner.
Oh, well, it's just everywhere currently. First game, we had Icicle just absolutely beating the bush 5-1 against Debaters. And then second game, Debaters wins with 1 goal and a lot of mistakes on both sides, but just no one to capitalize. It's very difficult to just judge who is going to take the whole series. But if Icicle keeps on what they just did, I don't see them taking it. As Toxic nearly finds a beautiful flick behind the defense. Can't really finish it though, as the ball now gets cleared into the red corner. Toxic now just barely gets the clear as the ball just bounces. No one's taking possession. Kuziak on the ball nearly does beat the defender as Phoenix now applies more pressure, looking for a midfield pass. There it is, but no one to follow it up. Where is the follow-up? Someone has to be ready for it. That was another opportunity to just sneak one by the defense, and yet again Icicle falls short.
They just can't catch a break, can they, Icicle? And you have to feel for them so much. Toxic bringing this away down this right-hand side. And I think the important note is that extra life here, but it makes it a little bit more difficult for the losing team. There's a chance for a tap off of the wall from Chebs, but Kuziak's going to bring it away. He's going to be challenged by Harry. Kuziak trying to lift it over 3 defenders was never quite going to work. A miss on the sidewall by, I think that was Phoenix, gives Toxic an opportunity to lay it up to Chebs. And a shot that just about goes in the end. And it's going to be Debaters who take the first goal in this third game, and they're not going to turn this around. Surely, after that first game, it was a slightly miscued save off of the line from Jay Kuziak, but really, I think that's a bit unfair on him.
If Icicle just keeps on not following up each other's passes, there's no way they will be able to sneak one by unless someone does something crazy of a solo play. It's looking very bad for the team in blue. Phoenix now with the pressure though, looking for a midfield pass, does get it by the end, but Toxic was closer to the ball. That's a demo, is that open? No, can't find the touch on the ball either. The ball for now safely out of the way of the blue net as Big Chefs looking to drop it down, can't really do so. Toxic nearly sneaks one by, can't get it good enough as Phoenix looking for a teammate to pass, has to take it himself, can't really get it by. Toxic as Oldie now the one forced to make a play, a small pinch into the middle. Kuziak with a follow-up into the middle once again, but no one there to capitalize on anything at the moment as Phoenix left behind. Chebs into the middle, Toxic is there, will he finish it? He does do so, 2-0 for Hubertus.
2-0 indeed. It's also 2-0 in the game versus Pluton and Obscurity. That, of course, is in the series, not in the context of an individual game of Rocket League. But we get back underway here, so it looks like at the moment, unless Pluton can find a reverse sweep, that it is going to be Obscurity waiting the winner of this game, which at the moment, perhaps in this game 3, is swinging in the way of Jabatus. But don't speak too soon, as Icicle, as I was talking about that, gets a lovely goal. It was Jay Kuziak at an impossible angle, able to turn that one home, and there's still a little bit of life left yet. Let's not talk about Icicle as if they're all down and beaten.
Yeah, Icicle still has a little bit of will left to force it, at least to try to go for an overtime. There's still a lot of time left, 2 minutes and 10 on the clock. But they have to do something quick about it, because look at the pressure that's building up by Juventus. Another great attempt from the team, but can't really do much there. Toxic a bit too wide, only now with the possession into the middle, but Chev is waiting. Now the possession going back into the red half as Phoenix. Another beautiful shot, will it go in? A bit too high. Kuziak with the follow-up will sneak it by the defense, and it all is equalized.
Is equalised, and it's 2-2, and this is suddenly looking like a brilliant comeback from Icicle. They won 5-1 in the first game, were pipped 1-0 in the second game, were 2-0 down in this game, and now it's 2-2 once again. Is there going to be another twist in this series? There's been a twist already, and it looks like this comeback, perhaps you could say, is the second one. Kuziak now giving chase to this one that's down the right-hand side wall. Into the centre he comes, has Phoenix to the left-hand side of him, but Chevs is also there, and Phoenix does well on the defence actually, but there's no one back all of a sudden, and this is missed by Toxic. Harry's there, the shot is miscued, and it careers off of the back wall. Oldie does well to his defensive duties rather diligently, and now trying to get it into the centre. Oldie with the shot off, or the pass off of the corner, and it gets cleared away by Toxic down into the centre. Oldie has a chance if he can just get the shot away. He does. It's off of the back ball. Will it fall? It won't fall. It might fall for Jay Kuziak, who can't quite get the shot. Phoenix puts it back into the centre. Oldie with a shot once more off of the post. Kuziak, surely Kuziak, yes! 52 seconds left in this game. It's 3-2 to Icicle. And all of a sudden, they look like they have all but completed this comeback.
The post sometimes can be your friends, but in this time and age, Big Chefs found the post their enemy, gets faked out by it, thinking that it would go in, doesn't, bounce off into the middle, snuck it by. They have the lead, Icicle, in this game. That's another shot a bit too high. Great attempts from Icicle, but now a double commit as Toxic does get the better of it nonetheless, as Kuziak now having the ball, looking for a pass into the middle, does get it by 2 defenders, but Double Harry quick to respond. Toxic doesn't get a great touch, all the way to the side, but can't find the clear. Kuziak now does do something here, does go for the double touch, can't really get it. That shot is there, will it go in? Phoenix just sneaks one by, it bounces into the red net, and it's 2 goals ahead for Icicle.
I don't know what they've done, but they've just about manage to save this game and look like they're going to be taking a 2-1 lead in this series. It's much the same story actually in the Pluton game, as Pluton just took the game 3 and make it 2-1. They virtually stopped playing here with a couple of seconds to go. Phoenix with the final save off of the line. It's going to touch the floor, and Icicle completes a perfect comeback. 4-2 in this game, and it's a cracking series, as I mentioned, in the other upper semi-final, and I'll keep you updated as the results from that game go in. Icicle 2-1 here in the series. They're on match point now, but the question is, can Jubatus force a game 5? And in the other game, can Pluton force a game 5 in their attempt to reverse sweep Obscurity?
Big Chips just said that we need to make a new server, as he's playing under 600 ping the whole game, which is very, very unfortunate. We'll check in with that later on. But on the other half,
it looks like 60 ping to me, but I'll take his word for it.
We will be remaking the lobby then, but on the other half, Kuziak yet again has stepped up for the team in blue. A hat trick for them.
Yes, a hat trick, and a superb hat trick. You need your big players to be stepping up. Kuziak played 54 games this season in league play, 41 goals, I should say, and those are 3 more that he would quite like to have on his tally when the stat sheets are all made at the end of this season. But slight break in play here as we wait for the other the server to be remade, I should say, and then we'll get back into it. So I've got the info that the lobby has been remade, so we'll get back into this in a moment. But the pressing question here is that with the other game being so close, with Pluton getting that game back, it's going to be a very interesting, no matter who gets through, next up on the stream, that actually we aren't going to cast, me and you, it's going to be a little bit later on. But it's going to be, regardless, a very interesting game. We're going to have the lower quarter final actually next on stream. That's going to be the winner of Terror versus Overturn. I can't quite see who's going to be in the other one there, but we'll let you know as soon as we can, I guess.
Indeed, we seem to have everyone in now, so let's get game number 4 ready here in DFH Stadium. Currently standing match point for Icicle.
Match point indeed as they get back underway. Icicle in the blue once more, Jubatus in the red, and trying to immediately get off to a good start at Jubatus, who really need this victory. They need to keep themselves in this series. It's something that they, on form, should be able to do actually if we go on like a sort of checkerboard pattern of games. Immediately Phoenix has got his work cut out in his midfield, tries to loft it over one, does loft it over one, and that would have been a superb goal. Double Harry able to get it clear and run out of room in the attack anyway. But here we go, Chev's down this left hand side. There's a demolition further back on one of the defenders. That leaves Toxic with a lot of work to do. Getting back, he does get back, but he's demoed as well. Oldie with the shot, and Double Harry once again is double as important in goal for his team. Kuziak though now with an opportunity if he can get it over Chevs. He can't, as Harry is there once more. Oldie though on this side wall tries to bring it forward, tries to get it past Chevs, does get it past Chevs, can't get it past Toxic, who is on the line, and there's a little bit of a scramble and bumps in the goal. But with a minute still left on the clock, or a minute gone on the clock I should say, this game evenly poised.
Yeah, a lot of demo attempts and physical plays happening by the blue side, and it's not rewarded as of yet. Only time will tell if they will be rewarded for more physical play, as a pass by Big Chebs comes out, unfortunately, into Phoenix. Toxic can't find a touch on the ball. Oldie will challenge this early, tries to get the double touch, puts it onto the backboard instead. Kuzia can't finish it. Phoenix is there though and does do the final job and deliver the final blow. Icicle grabs the lead.
If they got a foot in the upper final already, Icicle, they've got 3 minutes and 23 to survive, and they've had to come back from 2-0 in the previous game, even after absolutely pummeling their opposition in the first game. But a chance here to really put themselves into that upper final, and probably the best chance they're going to have. They won't want this to go to a game 5 now. As down this left-hand sidewall comes double Harry. He gets it past one. Kuziak is the last man. He's going to try and get it clear. Harry with a lingering shot, can't quite get it. Now Kuziak, if he can get past Toxic, which he can, has an opportunity, but he's just outpaced in the end by Chebs, who is able to get it clear. Phoenix, though, on the other side of the pitch is going to challenge Chebs and now have a shot, and it comes off Toxic, who is one of the defenders and is able to clear it. He's still alive, though, and Kuziak has a chance at a shot and can't quite do it. Now off of the crossbar, it's cleared away once more. Toxic coming forward, cleared away by Aldi once more. It lingers in the air for Harry. Kuziak clears again, and now Phoenix leaves it for Aldi, who clears away once more. Just measuring their defence at the moment are Icicle, making sure that they can get this victory as by any means necessary at this stage. Phoenix clears once more, and there's no one back. If this,
oh no!
Oh, it's terrible, and it's 2-0. Phoenix will get the goal credit. However, it's an ugly looking own goal. Phoenix cleared it away, and then trying to clear Toxic. Actually, it's a rather nice finish. It just wasn't very intentional.
That would have been lovely if it was on the blue net, but unfortunately that has just made it a 2-goal deficit that Juventus have to work for. 2 minutes left on the clock, still enough time to score that amount of goals to equalize the game. But so far, Icicle is looking pretty good in this 4th and perhaps final game for them. It's match point for them, remember that, as Kuziak now trying to escape the wrong corner. Double Harry can't do much. That's a pass into the middle. Phoenix avoiding a bump, and a demo does finally get back to the ball and send it away. Kuziak gives him a helping hand. Big Chebs. Small touch into Olive. That's a shot. Will it go in? Blocked by Toxic. And another touch by Toxic. Tried to put it behind Phoenix, but can't really do so. That's a great pass by Kuziak. Will it go in? Yes, Phoenix finally does force it through at the end. 3-0 for Icicle. And a beautiful hat-trick for Phoenix.
Well, a hat-trick with an asterisk, as of course Toxic pretty much helped him to get that brace, but he'll take the hat-trick regardless, no doubt. And it looks like Icicle now, with 3-0 victory, are well on their way to winning this upper semi-final, and will be having a place in that final at 20 CST, which is going to be very interesting indeed. Harry tries to get a consolation goal at least, but 3 goals in 1 minute is not the easiest feat. A demolition in the middle as well stops any real attacking intent from the Juventus side.
A lot of pressure coming up from Juventus now. Toxic trying to send it to the middle, gets cut short by Phoenix, as Double Harry now can't find a touch. Kuziak avoids a demo attempt from Toxic, but gets bumped by his own teammate. Toxic nearly just send it in again. Kuziak now with the ball, but just gets blocked by Big Chebs once again. Small touch coming out from Toxic. Oldie sends it into the middle, nearly puts it through himself, but Chebs is in the way. Kuziak now looking to make a solo play, gets it over one. Can't get it by anyone further. Pass into the middle though, Phoenix was there. Big Chebs now with a clear. Oldie will send it back. A lot of plays coming out from both sides here, both attempting to force it through. Phoenix left behind, can't make the save. Double Harry scores finally for Juventus.
However, they basically need a kick-off goal here and then an incredible final 10 seconds if they're going to have a chance at winning this game. Let's have a wait and see though as they get to this kick-off, the most important kick-off of their season. Juventus, and unfortunately it's not the fairy tale story almost certainly now, as Kuziak trying to put this game to bed, send his team into the upper final. They've got 2 seconds now to survive, and they are going to do it. It touches the floor. It is Icicle who have won the series 3-1. It went into a game 4, and I can tell you that it is going to be Icicle who book their place in the upper final. The more interesting thing, however, is that their opponents still undecided, as the game between Pluton and Obscurity has gone to a game 5. 2-2 at the moment. Pluton 1 game away from a spectacular reverse sweep. However, at the moment, their opponents await, and their opponents are Icicle.
Oh, what a way to end it. We surely thought that Juventus could bring it back after having a little edge on Isaac due to their own shenanigans, but they managed to pull themselves back and grab the 3-1 win. Isaac, a great job. We will be seeing you, I think later, right, for the upper finals. But that's it for the first series, and we'll be heading into a short break unless Tom has something to add more.
Not really. As a reminder that after the break, as I just check my bracket sheets I've got here, after the break we will be bringing you the M12 game between Terra and an undecided second opponent. So we'll let you know, hopefully in 20 minutes time, we'll have the answer to who that opponent will be. My suggestion would be that it would be the loser of Pluton and Obscurity. But other than that, we thank you all very much for watching now, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes time. See you then.
distorted my reality. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away, so he won't live to see another day. He won't be in my way anymore, not anymore. Detached right now from reality. All I see is darkness surrounding me, and feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts. I really ain't trying to concern you, but lately I've been a mess, and it's been pretty concerning how all my colors turn gray. I hate when shit is out of my control, and lately shit been out of my control. So I've been running fast in my head, trying to erase these thoughts, yeah, trying to find peace inside, but that shit's been hard to find. I cannot see it here, I cannot see it here. So I need to get away. Don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start, and find the happy me again. And clear sky, yeah, there will be, and one day I'll come home and better me. I really ain't trying to concern you, but lately I've been a mess, and it's been pretty concerning that all these colors turn gray. They say you can't find happiness where you've lost it, and I've lost it here. I cannot see it here, I cannot see it here. So I need to get away. Don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start, and find the happy me again. And clear sky, yeah, there will be, and one day I'll come home and better me. But for now, I'll be over the hills and far away. 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 But don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start.
I'm on a mission to find myself. Lately I'm off it, coughing. These meds I take gon' put me in a coffin. More often than not, I'm distraught, all alone in my room with the lights out. Even when it's nice out, I'm lazy. Really wish you see me on the daily. Lately I've been feeling crazy, baby. I don't wanna talk. I can tell she faking. She only hit me at 1 o'clock. My brain, she's staying like sidewalk chalk. Everywhere I look, all I see are chemicals. Think she got me hooked. I feel it in my genitals. Ring me like a book and play me like a cassette tape. Why wait when you and me? Pigs fly great by day. Better get here by the by day. Irate the way that I be feeling. I've been irate. Why wait? Lately I've been feeling crazy. I'm not that much to see, so why everybody tryna look at me? Oh, it's getting hard to breathe, so I'ma take a minute and focus on me. This is a solo, wish it was a duo. Lingo, bingo, way that I be falling down, plinko. I just put a sock on my mic, that's a spit fill. When I'm still up in the night, that's when I spit real. Walking around my town and I can't help but look. I see you all around, every time it got me shook. When you walk by, I was too high, couldn't say hi. Now you moving to the next guy, I'm on the next high. Everywhere I look, all I see are chemicals. Think she got me hooked, I feel it in my genitals. Read me like a book and play me like a cassette tape. Why wait when you and me? Pigs fly great by day. Better get here by the by day. Irate the way that I've been feeling, I've been irate. Why wait? Lately I've been feeling crazy. Lately I'm depressed, lately not my best. Lately I've been thinking about the feeling of a breast. Lately in my feels, I've been popping pills, mama's getting worried lately, I'm still cracking seals. I've been feeling low, lately I don't know. Lately not myself, I'm someone else when off the blow. Mama said to work, so I put work in. I'ma keep on pushing till I'm 10 feet in the dirt. And seeing me, but no one wanna be me. I don't blame them, I don't wanna be me either. See me, but no one wanna be me. I don't blame them, I don't wanna be. I'm on a mission to find myself. Lately I'm off it, coughing. These meds I take gon' put me in a coffin. More often than not, I'm distraught, all alone in my room with the lights out. Even when it's nice out, I'm lazy. Really wish you see me on the daily. Lately I've been feeling crazy, baby. I don't wanna talk. I can tell she faking. She only hit me at 1 o'clock. My brain she staying like sidewalk chalk.
Welcome back to RSC EU. We've just watched a pretty entertaining upper semi-final between Icicle and Jabatas, and unfortunately Jabatas were knocked out there. We're heading down to the lower quarterfinals now here on stream, and we're not actually going to be watching the Jabatas game. They'll be playing Hot Metal at the same time as this game. We will, however, be keeping an eye on it for you. Instead, myself, Tom Dillon, and alongside me, Vino, are going to be taking you through the game between Terror and Obscurity. And, well, it should, in theory, be a slightly closer game than the one that we've just watched. Obscurity, of course, actually you saw on the cast a couple of days ago, having to go through the play-ins, which is going to make it very interesting indeed. Both of these finished 4th position in their respective conferences, which to me, Vino, suggests that this is going to be practically uncallable.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. We can't really call anything because like everything's on the line now. It's on the lower ground. You can't afford to lose a single game anymore, and you have to stay as focused as possible in order to, if you want to achieve the best. So we can't really talk predictions, but what we can talk about are, of course, the stats and the captain questions that we have for the prospect playoffs and the challenger, which is later tomorrow for challenger in this case. So in the side of Obscurity, we asked Dibble what their aspirations as a team at the start of the season were, and of course they answered that winning, of course, like probably all teams, but we also wanted to enjoy playing together, which is a wholesome answer, to say the least. Obscurity, though, they had a short answer. They just planned on winning the tier from day one, which is a very big statement.
And a statement that also didn't particularly work for them. I think it's fair to say, finishing 4th in the end and having to go through the play-ins. So rather a question of aim high and, well, unfortunately, a little bit too high. But they're here regardless, and in the play-ins, the playoffs and the play-ins doesn't, well, I suppose in the play-ins it does, but in the playoffs certainly it doesn't matter whether you finish first or whether you finish last, which is slightly untrue. You've still got a chance of getting to the grand final, and you're still in the competition. You might not have the 2 lives that the first place team have, but you certainly have all the opportunity in the world to go on through. So, the Terror lineup is one that's particularly interesting to me. They've got Yannick with 64 games at 55 goals. Fellow caster Morris Guy with 64 games and 51 goals. Then their sub Lazar with 2 goals from his 12 games. And then it's Skyco with 22 goals and 28 assists from his 52 games. So they've got a pretty consistent roster, one that they clearly are pretty happy with going with, and I can tell you that they will be going with that main roster at least for the first game here in this best of 5 series. How are the Obscurity team lining up?
Lineups for Obscurity, we have Vibs 68 with 59 games played with 54 goals. Postler 98 with 41 games played, 35 goals. Dibble on 52 games, 41 goals. And their sub Half-Blood Viking 26 games played overall and 12 goals scored throughout those 26 games. And the one who has the most assists out of that lineup, of course, is Vibs, 68 with 36. And the least, unfortunately, is the sub with 8. But let's not forget that they only played 26 games. Not too bad, not too shabby. On the other half, something that completely shocked me if we look throughout the whole player stats. Yannick with 91 saves and Vips with 80, the two of the most saves so far.
Yes, and just to head to the bracket for a moment, as something I was looking at, both teams now are, by my count, technically 3 steps, after this 2 steps away from the grand final, but of course they will have to win 2 games, or they'll have to basically win the grand final twice, coming from the lower brackets. But, well, as we have a look at this is the tournament tree. Terra, of course, coming in from the upper bracket, which is going to really... Obscurity coming in from the lower bracket. They were reverse swept by Pluton, of course, so they'll be hoping to get back to a better start here. So Obscurity perhaps the favourites on that front, but I've seen some people in chat already saying that they think Obscurity might go and nick this. Then they'll go on to play the winner of match 11, and then after that, the winner of that will go to face the loser of the upper bracket game. Very confusing stuff as someone who's in his first playoff season. However, it should, regardless, I know, be a very entertaining lower bracket. As there just is a few more stakes in this lower bracket, as everyone you know is on their final life.
Yeah, in a few moments time we'll be heading into game number 1 of the best of 5 lower quarterfinals, and as of course Terra on the blue side, Obscurity on the red side. So far everything is looking good. Map 1 is on Manfield Night, very interesting. Of course we have our map pool, and if we just have to speak about, you know, from the stats, who do you think would be the one coming out as, you know, victorious?
Well, I'm going to go with the safe option and say Terra, but we can, no doubt it's I'm going to be proven wrong, as I always am. But this is going to be fascinating, regardless, as we are kicked off here in this game, and I suspect they'll be kicked off in the other game as well. But immediately it looks like Morasky for Terra, on board with him at the moment as he switches back to the attacking region. A bump there from Morasky. Skyko going to have to try and collect, leaves it for Yannick, who booms this one downfield into the corner, into the centre. A chance if Morasky can get contact on it. He can't, and now there's actually a shot up the other end, and Skyko does well to track back and get this one clear, but it's in a little bit of strife still from a Terra perspective, or eventually get this one cleared away. Skyko turning attack into defence, leaves the goal open with a superb demolition, and it's going to be Morasky who gets the goal. And I have to say, that was all in the demolition. And I mean, Morasky, he loves telling his teammates to demo. Every single time we're casting with him, he says, go and get all of the demos you can. And, well, he's gone and done it there.
Good play by the team. Terra has just been stepping up. The demo leaves the net open, and Morasky with the completion, just executing it very well. Another shot now from Skyko this time around. Does get saved by Vibs as they go for another pop. Gets demoed in the process. Morasky with another shot. Will it go in? No, nearly snuck by Dibble, but he does get the save. Postler now just being patient. Morasky sends it into the side. Dibble now off the corner, tries to send it into the middle, but gets cut short by Skyko as Vibs goes for a shot of his own. Will it go in? No, Morasky with the save, but that might roll in though. No, Skyko denies it from entering any further into the depths of the blue net, but that was a close one.
Certainly, it's only a minute and 45 into this game. Vibs trying to create an opportunity into the corner, trying to get it into the centre, can't quite get the second pass into the middle, and now Yannick down this right-hand side wall, has a really good air dribble and a really good opportunity to get a goal, but Vivs clears it away.
Ooh.
Skyco, it falls for him, and off of the crossbar, Morris guy on the follow-up to get a brace, does get a brace. It wasn't the easiest of shots for him, and well, it took him a couple of opportunities to sneak it past the defender of Postler, who did very well to try and get back to that, but Morris guy in the end just in the better position, and he's able to get his second goal of the game. You know, I've casted with him a couple of times now, Morris guy, but I've never seen him play Rocket League, and he's quite good.
Yeah, same here. It's always a pleasure to be casting in the booth with Morris Guy, but to see him play is even more, a reward. To see him already put 2 goals under his own name is just amazing. The performance that the team has done, or been, delivering so far, the demos coming out, the team plays, the capitalizations, just well executed all around. As we see Morris guy with a pinch from the corner, goes into the middle. Yannick with the follow-up does get a block. Dibble into the blue corner we go. Skyco keeps it there, but doesn't get a better pinch than that. Postler tries to find Viz in the middle, but that was a bit too strong. Good pass by Viz, but Postler got caught short by Skyco. A miss by Skyco leaves Dibble with a great opportunity, but can't really get it lower. Is that going in though? No, a bit too high onto the backboard. Morris Guy with a little nudge on the ball. Keeps it safe off from the net. As Skyco now left awkward in last position. Skyco with the ball. No boost to work with. Does get into the middle. Can't really do much. As Morris Guy again trying to apply some more pressure for Terra. As Dibble looking for a teammate to pass to, but can't find anyone apart from Yannick. Cut short and delivers the third blow by Terra.
And the team who have advanced through this lower bracket are suddenly looking like they might be sending Obscurity out of the tournament if this game is anything to go by. Still a lot of Rocket League to be played though, of course. No need to get themselves carried away. We saw in the last game that we streamed here that it's never a totally easy thing after you've basically pummeled someone in the first game to go and convert it into a sweep. But they'll be hopeful, at least, from this first start against the supposedly bigger fish opposition coming from that upper bracket. But here we go, as we continue on. Morris Guy trying to get it back into the corner for a teammate. Yannick did give chase, couldn't quite do anything in the end. Morris Guy rotating back is able to get this one cleared, otherwise they might have been in a little bit of trouble there. Yannick now, off of this side wall, tries to pierce the centre of the pitch and does get this one away, but there's no teammate on the right hand side apart from Morris Guy, who's going to collect it off of the side wall, try and go forwards. It booms back across the pitch to the corner, and now Postler trying to bring this away. Yannick is there. Yannick is going to clear. He gets it past Dibble, but Postler in the end is there to send it away once more. Now into the centre, if it can fall for someone. A good bump from Dibble gets Skyco removed from a dangerous position, and now he tries to bring it forward. Dibble has the shot. Skyco clears it to the sidewall. 17 seconds to go, and it looks like it's going to be Terra who win this first game. Vino.
Yeah, 10 remaining seconds. What can Terra do to just destroy the mentality even more? Skyco saves a shot from Dibble. Another ball staying up now. Another shot from Dibble. Will it go in? No, it hits the crossbar and down it goes. 3-0 win for Terra in this first game.
Encouragement for sure. And 3-0 to start with is about as good as you can expect. 5 minutes of Rocket League, 3 goals from it. Morris Guy, unsurprisingly, with the Man of the Match award. 453 points with 2 goals and 2 saves out of 4 shots as well. A superb performance from him individually, a superb performance from Terra as a team. Now the question is, can the so-called little fish in this game, coming from that lower bracket as I mentioned, can they go on and get this victory?
Well, it all depends on how the mentality of the teams are. They're getting into the state where, okay, this was a good game, but we have to keep it up. I mean, if we look back to the previous series, we saw the first game going 5-1 win for Isoko, but then the second game just so many mistakes opened up and they just got capitalized on. But as well, it was only 1 goal that separated the 2 teams. Icicle later on going to win the series nonetheless, but we have to be careful with mistakes. But so far, Terra is not showing a lot of them. Actually, they've been doing something we haven't seen a lot in this whole evening: physical plays.
Yes, as we get back kicked off and underway here, and it's a kick-off that Terra do win, playing in the blue once more, of course. Skyko into the corner, tries to get it past Vibs, can't get it past Vibs, and now more of Sky going to pinch it into the centre, but it gets cleared by Dibble. Yannick now trying to bring it forward. Postler going to get a little bit of contact on the ball, which gets sent back off of the bonnet of one of the Terra players. But now bringing it forward is more Sky. Vibs is back on the rear wall to try and bring it away. A shot from Skyko and then a shot from Yannick. Two incredible pieces of play, a brilliant save. But now Morris Sky, oh my word, that is exactly what you need to do when your teammates just had an incredible shot save and your defence couldn't quite get to it. Morris Sky, cool and composed, that really shouldn't be getting to.
No boost in the tank, played the mind games, made the opponents think that they would go for a really quick shot. Instead, they just double jumped, hope for the ball to drop down to them, and it happened. More Sky grabs the lead for Terra yet again in this game, as Dibble can't really do much currently. A bump by More Sky opens things up. One again, that's empty in the red half. Janik will force it through 2-0, and not even 1 minute has passed.
That was a proper Sunday League goal, wasn't it? I thought for a moment Morris Sky was going to take the mick out of him and reverse back into the goal, but then it bounced and just eventually went in. But 2-0, 55 seconds into this game. Terra absolutely being the class of the bunch here. Vibs brings it away down this left-hand side wall, trying to get his team back into the game. It looks like he might have not so much ran out of boost, but didn't want to really commit there. And they do need to start to not necessarily overcommit, but play a lot more aggressively, as Yannick is able to demo Postler. Now Morris Sky into the centre. There's no one really home. Postler eventually coming back from that demo is able to clear it away. Dibble now over the top of one. Can't quite get it into the net, but Vibs can. And Vibs gives them a lifeline.
Great play by Dibble to get it over Skyko, and then the bump afterwards. There's a double commit by Morris Sky as well, leaves the net vulnerable for Vibs, and they will capitalize. 1 goal deficit now between Terra and Obscurity in the second game, as they're showing signs of life. And so far, Yannick looking for another opportunity, can't really do so. Morris Sky nearly forces it through, but sends it into the corner instead, as Vibs with the ball nearly sneaks up by Yannick. Can't really do much there, as Morris Sky is forced to make a play. No boost in the tank, but another miss by Postler. Leaves it for Dibble instead, as Skyko tries to find a teammate in the middle. Can't really do much there. A little fake comes out. Another force. That's a shot by Yannick. Will it go in? Yes, it will. Vince a bit too slow to make the save.
My word, isn't that just incredible? Look at this. From his own half, knocks it over one. There was no one home. Vibs can't make the save. That is how you get your team a 2-goal advantage once again in such an important game. Of course, both teams absolutely on their last life here, and it looks like Obscurity might be using their last life all up and maybe going home in this competition, which after 9 weeks of Rocket League is so disappointing. Playoffs really can do crazy things to someone. Morris Guy trying to create a bit of a solo play in this corner, but it gets cleared away. Dibble's now down his right-hand side wall into Postlers, who's trying to get a touch off. He can't quite, but on the follow-up, Dibble does get the shot, and he gets the goal as well. 3-2. They just refuse to die in this game to Obscurity.
Yeah, a lot of mishaps is currently showing up in Terra. More double commits seem to occur, as well, Obscurity just capitalize and punish them for their mistakes, but so far as well, they are still in the deficit. Yannick gets a touch into the middle. Vince is there with a shot. It doesn't go in. Skyko is there with a save. A Postler leaves it for Dibble. That's a shot. Will it sneak by? No! Posting up. Still a dangerous territory here for the ball. Skyko does send it away, as a Postler does send it through. More Sky with the save. Leaves it for Dibble, but can't really force it through. Oh, sorry, not Dibble. Vince, but the ball now entering the red half. Dibble with the clear, looking for a teammate, but can't really do much as he's getting harassed here. As Skyko passing to the middle, no one is there. Vips with the save and the clear. Dibble off to the side. Maybe finds himself a brilliant goal, but can't really do so. More Sky now trying to force a play. Can't get it by Vips. Yannick on the follow-up, a small touch, but Skyko is there with the helping hand as Dibble passes up to Vips. Nearly finds the touch, but doesn't do so. The ball just going everywhere, but not into the back of the net.
Not into the back of the net at all. 3-2 with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go now. 3 minutes and 20 seconds for Terra to take themselves onto match points. Slightly surprising everyone, apart from that one guy in chat who was able to call this absolutely perfectly. So kudos to you. But anyway, Viv's now down into the corner, playing for their lives now. Obscurity, as they don't want to have to reverse sweep this Terra side, who look so good at the moment. Their defence hasn't been particularly on point, conceding those 2 goals, but they haven't made too many major mistakes. Here's an opportunity for Dibble, and is he able to get it in? Just about in the end. Fibs gets the goal, and 3-3 we go. And now, all of a sudden, overtime looks like it could be looming.
Was an open net. Brilliant attempt by Dibble. Couldn't finish it, but at least he had teammates to finish the job for you. It's equalized with less than 1 minute to go. The ball in the hands of Terra, but instantly returned by Obscurity as Vips now tried to pass it into the middle, cuts his teammate off short as Postler looking to make a play. More Sky left awkward as the third man. Low boost in the tank as well. Yannick trying to make a play. That's a demo out from Dibble. Brilliant clear from Mora Sky, but can't really do much. That's a double commit between Dibble and Postler, but no one from the blue side to capitalize on their mistakes. Vips, short little touch, can't really do much there. Off into the side. Mora Sky is waiting. Skyko nearly puts it through. Mora Sky off to the side. 10 last seconds. Is taken down. We might see an overtime here unless the red team does something. Vips keeps it alive into the middle. Postler is there but cannot finish it off. Overtime in the second game.
This is really crunch time, and there's a chance immediately for Dibble, and he just miscues the shot. Skyco gets the bump, I think, in the end, and that is a crucial bump. Mora Sky a little bit dozy in possession, unfortunately, is unable to get it past his man, and now they're just up against it here a little bit. Terra, who led 2-0 in this game, led 3-1 as well at another stage, have conceded 3 though, which has just cost them this game. Will be looking to just spoil the party a little bit, get the momentum back on their side. This could be 1-1 in the series. Postler has a shot, Dibble is there, but Skyco with a big, strong clear. 35 seconds into overtime already. Vibs now under pressure on this back wall, is able to beat Skyco quite well, which is good because Mora Sky was there and he was going to capitalise. Now Postler back down into a danger area, is able to just about get cleared away from a Terra perspective. Back into the corner from Postler. Skyco gets it clear. Vibs with the shot. Mora Sky with the clear once more. Now that back down the other end is going to get dispossessed by Dibble, who brings it forward with a bit of an air dribble. Tries to get it into the centre for a teammate. Can only find Skyco, who is challenged by Postler, but gets it clear. Yannick turning over on himself. Can't quite get contact on the ball. Mora Sky has to bring this away and try and clear it, but they've got 3 men forward at the moment, have Obscurity, and it really is allowing them to apply pressure. There's the shot and there's the goal from Vibs. Superb pressure being applied. They've been able to come back from 2 goals down twice to get this victory in overtime. It took them 1 minute and 22 seconds, but that was superb.
1-1 once again, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's equalized in the series score. What seemed to be an easy walk in the park for Terra in the second game as well. Obscurity just turns it around in the final moment, and they get rewarded with the second game. And what a showing that was. Tom, let's go through a bit what just happened.
Well, first I want to update the viewers who I know perhaps don't have, or they probably do have access to the playoff brackets, but maybe you can't be bothered to get them up. And it's okay, it's my job to keep you updated. As Hot Metal have conceded the first game to Debaters. I believe they're a little bit behind us. They must have had an issue with the lobby or something that's meant that they're only just into their second game. But 1-0 to Juventus, who are coming back from that loss to Icicle in the previous game on the stream. And, well, that's going to be interesting, of course. The winners of that game are waiting the winners of this game in the lowest semi.
Yeah, third game just around the corner. We'll be going to Urban Central Dawn, which is, you know, again, just such an amazing map. I really hope, you know, the new map gets into the map pool, like, later on in the season, because, like, my thoughts about it, it's just amazing. One of the best maps that Psyonix has ever released. What's your thoughts on that, Tom?
I don't really care, to be honest. I think Rocket League is the same no matter what map you're on. It's just my opinion. As we get back underway. And, it's immediately 1 to Terra, but that's probably why I'm not very good at Rocket League, because these things don't put me off or whatever. Anyway, we get back underway as Vibs gets it into the corner, leaves it for his teammate, but Skyco brings it away. Fossler now knocking it onto Skyco into the centre. A chance if there's a teammate there, but there isn't. And now down this left-hand side comes Vibs, can't get it past one of the defenders. Now Dibbles with his shot, and again, just misses it. And it moves all the way back, and John, oh my word! It's on his own box. And perhaps a little bit lucky from Yannick, but he'll say that was completely intentional. What a shot! And Vibs just caught unsighted. Morris guys put in chat, this is Rocket League.
What a way to open up the third game of the series with a pinch straight from their own net. Net to net, straight in. Oh, is that in? No, it's not. A bit too high, but Yannick does keep it away from ever slightly going back into the danger zone as Vibs sends it up high. Morris guy looking for a play, does get it by Dibble, but no one to follow it up. Skyco quick on the ball now, looking to make a play, can't really get the touch in neither. Dibble into Morris guy, is that in? No, Vibs does eventually cut it short. Yannick looking for an attempt as well earlier to put it through. This time around, does send one up. Can't really find the back of the net. Dibble with a beautiful clear, goes for the shot. That was a bit off, but Morris guy does get the save. As Vibs now left off quick, does get it by Yannick, but not for long. Morris guy trying to force it through, gets a bump, but no one on the blue side to follow up.
Here we go, continuing on, clears away. Terra still in the lead of this game, looking to take a 2-1 lead in the series after rather bottling that previous game. They've come back and they've got this early lead. They need to hold on to it now. Skyco brings it away. Vibs with the shots, and it just can't quite find anything. He sets himself up rather nicely though. A chance for Bossler if he can get to the ball. He can't quite, and now Skyco's going to bring it away down into the centre. Yannick is giving chase. Yannick just about misjudges his momentum there, and it's a save from Vibs. Morris guy has been demolition. That's going to leave the net a little bit open. If Bossler can just get a shot away, he can't, as it looked like Skyco was there in the end. Regardless, Morris guy back from his demo is ready to go and bring this ball away once more. A chance in the centre. It doesn't quite fall for Dibble. Back into the centre. Morris guy clears it away. Cool under pressure as we approach half distance in this game. 1-0 to Terra. Still 1-0 to the team that should really be 2-0 up in this series. This time it's into the centre. Morris guy clears once again, now chasing Bossler. And thankfully Vibs gets the ball away and back into the attacking half.
A lot of pressure building up by Obscurity, but no shots being rewarded as of yet. Vibs now looking for another shot. That's a bit too high, but Morris Sky does not find the save. Dibble will punish him for it. It's all equalized now in the third game.
Absolutely, and Juventus have just taken a 2-goal lead, or 2-game lead in their series against Hot Metal. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go here. It's still all to play for.
A lot of pressure building up on both sides here, but Postler with a brilliant clear does send one high. Yannick tried to read it, but it was very fortunately onto the backboard. That's a dangerous touch. Morris Guy will punish it. That's an open net for him as well. 2-1 for Terra.
Absolutely wonderful from Morris Guy. He's been so clinical today, and it's absolutely superb from the man wearing the captain's hat as we get back underway in this wonderful map. I know I said they don't matter, but for a caster they look cool. As Yannick brings it away down this left-hand side into the centre, trying to get it past Dibble. He's bumped out of the way. Dibble now trying to bring it forward once more. Skyco is beaten, and Dibble with a wonderful solo play sends his man the wrong way and gets the goal. That is how you come back from a 1-goal deficit. Overcommit, I would say, on the side of, I think it was Skyco, wasn't it? As he just tried to boost himself into the ball and it was knocked over his head.
Well, nonetheless, it was a very clean dribble by the man called Dibble. Very nice, as Postler now looking to make a play himself, but the ball is still in the red half. Dibble now sends it into the right-hand corner. Another attempt by Dibble. That's a beautiful touch. Double commit, but Mora Sky misses the open net this time around. Still equalized. And he won't be happy with that. That was a golden opportunity to grab back the lead. That was furiously just taken away from them moments earlier.
He's being a bit chirpy in chat as well, Mora Sky. I'm not sure you're meant to be toxic to yourself, but whatever's working for him, and he's playing quite well regardless. So I think we'll forgive him. As Yannick trying to pressurise Vibs, who's bringing it down this right-hand side wall. Skyco gets it cleared away. Skyco now creating an opportunity into the centre. Postler is there, but Mora Sky on this left-hand side, ready to receive once again. Can't lift it over. Dibble, who has got that 2-goal brace in this game. Skyco now going to have to put it back into the centre, only as far as Yannick though. Skyco gets the ball back. It's a nice little 1-2. A demolition on Mora Sky actually is going to give Vibs, who's ran out of boost. Otherwise, that would have been a perfect opportunity for a quick counter-attack. Mora Sky recollects and on the line, and Vibs just running out of boost at the wrong time. Could be a crucial moment in this game. 13 seconds to go now. Vibs bringing it away in the air. Tries to have a shot. Can't quite get the shot away, and now Yannick brings us away. 5 seconds to go. We could be going to overtime unless Yannick can get this shot away. Skyco now on the clear. There's no one home. This could be an opportunity, and the final opportunity, and it hits the floor, and just about they miss out. We go to overtime.
Another overtime this time around again. Obscurity with the pressure and the possession. Dibble with a double touch opportunity, nearly puts it through, but off the post. That would haunt him a bit, but Vib still keeping the pressure up. A bit awkward there, Yannick on the net, but Skyco does send it away. Dibble now on his end. Looking for a teammate to pass to, finds Vibs in the middle. That's a shot a bit too wide. Another attempt, a bit slight to the middle, but Skyco now does send it away. Dibble up into the own corner. Skyco tried to pass it into the middle. That's another dribble, and it will go in. The flick works in his favor as Obscurity grabs the series lead.
Terror aren't really doing much wrong here. It's just a couple of incredible plays from Dibble, who I believe has got his hat-trick now as well to win the game. This is some incredible close Rocket League being played. And, well, that man Dibble has been so influential so far. Man of the match award as well. 598 points, by far the most in the field. Terror, however, well, I don't want to say they're throwing this away, but they aren't helping ourselves at the moment. I don't know why I said ourselves, so I'm not on the team. Themselves.
Yeah, I mean, like, there were so many opportunities. Mora Sky could have grabbed the lead back, but just missed the open net. And of course, there's been just some mishaps. But mainly, let's highlight the man, Dibble. That dribbles were really strong. The fakes came to his hands, and it's scary to see him with the ball now. You really have to try something unbelievably crazy if you want to win against Obscurity now, because it's match point, the crucial game for both teams here. If Obscurity wins, they will move on to the lower semifinals, and Terra, it's now or nothing. Now or nothing, lads.
It's also now or nothing for Hot Metal, who, despite getting a game back, are in the match point game. Forge Betas would take it a 2-1 lead. I also appreciate B-Shape giving us these score updates in the chat. You can also go and see the bracket for yourself linked in the Discord. But we get back underway here. Skyco trying to get a shot off early on, or rather just getting it downfield. Mora Sky has a shot, and Mora Sky on the second touch can't get it in, and there's no one there to follow it in. And my word, that would have been a very, valuable early lead, but not to be at the moment. Yannick bringing it away, trying to reapply the pressure as Dibble trying to recollect his thoughts and bringing it away down this left-hand side. Skyco gets a touch and now into the centre. Yannick with the shots. Yannick surely, no, it's just off of the crossbar. And they can't catch a break at the moment. Terra, perhaps, in my eyes, the better of the two teams here. As a demolition further back and, well, early on, encouraging signs from Terra, but you just sense as a demolition in the centre once more that they need that early goal.
A pass from Yannick into Skyco. He does force it through. They grab the lead. Terra are in form.
Absolutely on form. It was a wonderful read from Skyco to make sure he could get contact on the ball and tap it home into what was essentially an open net from that angle. And well, they get the early lead once more, but the question is, are they going to convert this early lead, as they've led a lot in this series and only got the one game out of the three? We could be going into a game 5, if not playing for their lives, playing to save their season, really. As now Skyco back in his own half is going to try and bring it away. Vivs with an opportunity, if he can get past Yannick, an important bump from Skyco as Dibble now with the pinch off of the sidewall. Skyco is there to collect. They're not trying to overcommit men forward here as to lose another game. Skyco with the shot, and it's just saved off of the line into the centre once more. Vivs saves again and now brings it down this left hand side. Sky with the clear, Dibble with the counter clear and into the corner, tries to build the first real attack of the game. An important demo on Skyco, not that important in the end, as Skyco will recollect rather quickly. Just hovering over that goal line, ready to make a save if he needs to. Dibble is up to try and get the shot, try and go with the double touch into Postler. Postler makes it 1-1.
What a play. Dibble nearly getting the double touch, so close yet so far, but it is Postler who's close enough to make the deal work. 1-1 equalizing this match point game for Obscurity. Such a crucial game for both teams there. And it seems that no one is giving an inch to anyone, as Yannick just barely misses the ball into the midfield pass, as Postler now applies more pressure for the team. Midfield pass, but that's a double commit as well. That leaves Dibble alone. A pop into the middle as well. Yannick is there to finish it off as they grab the lead back for Terra.
That was all about the bump on the line from Skyco. He's taken the goalkeeper out of the equation, and that, I think, is really why they lead this game. That was a superb little bump and might just be sending his team into a game 5. Yannick comes again in this game, trying off of kickoff to get it into the net and can't quite do it. And, well, 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Skyco with the shot, 2-1.
Postler now trying to get the ball away from their own corner. Finally, Dibble does do the job for him as Sky. Small pop, Yannick is there, but Vivs is there to beat her. Will that go in? Skyco with the backflip gets the save nonetheless. And a beautiful save, but the ball is still in the danger zone. Yannick pops it over Dibble. Vivs now quick on the ball, does get the block, and Yannick keeps it in the corner as Dibble tried to beat Skyco to the ball but didn't do so. Sky with the miss as Postler now looking to make something happen. A demo comes up from Vivs yet again as Postler applies even more pressure onto the blue side. Sky forced to make a save as Postler gets bumped to the post, but Dibble does not care. That's a flick, but a beautiful save by Skyco keeps the lead for them as Yannick on the transition looking to make a play but cannot do so.
What a save on the line. That's so important. Not if Postles is going to get the goal though. And we go to 2-2 with 1 minute and 38 seconds to go. That is colossal in their season. A date in the lower semi-final awaits this team, and they might just be staying alive if they can get one more goal. They are on match points. The Obscurity squad coming in from that upper bracket. They just need one more to take themselves into that semi-final, which I think will be so important for them. Terra, however, feel like they've had a nice shot at this. The net was open for a moment. Vivs again unable to get the shot off. Postler scores, and I'm afraid to say Terra once again have thrown away an early lead.
The confusion by Skyko and Yannick. Just no one able to hit the bomb. Left Mora Sky in such an awkward position. Posler capitalizing on the situation. Grabbed the lead for Obscurity for the first time in this game. As Yannick now looking to redeem themselves. Tries to force it into the middle. Can't really do so. No boost to work with, but that's a great touch. But now into Dibble's hands. We know previously what he's able to do. That's a close call by Skyko on their own net. Luckily, nothing happened off that, but now Dibble with another shot in an open net does make it 2 goals ahead of Terra.
Tough viewing if you're from a Terra perspective. They've played a fairly decent game, just falling a little bit short here. All they can say is they've had a good crack at this, but they've got to have the next 55 seconds to be the greatest 55 seconds of their season. Dibble trying to get the shot off, and oh, it was so close. It was so close. If this is going to be a 4-4 game, then that might be the moment that we look back on. But here we go, Yannick down his left-hand side onto Skyko. Can't quite get an attack away. They need an attack away now, and it might just bounce in. Yannick can't get to there, and Poslers sends them surely now through to the lower semi-final. And my word, this has been some performance from an Obscurity perspective. Picked themselves up after being reverse swept by Pluton in the previous game, and now they are back and they are looking like they are set for a lower semi-final. No. 28 seconds to endure, and Postler's trying to add insult to injury. Can't quite do it. There is a bump on Moravsky and a demolition on the line, but I think the result of this game is pretty much a foregone conclusion at this stage. And it looks like as well, from what I can tell, they may be joining Juventus in the final. We'll wait and see how that pans out.
Were they able to put yet another one in? Poster missing it. Vibs now with a slight touch gets saved by Dibble, and the ball will drop. Obscurity wins this best of 5.
They do win the best of 5, and Terra just getting absolutely rotten luck there. You feel that there were a couple of opportunities where they could have gone and got a victory there and put themselves further ahead. However, I'm afraid to say, just falling short on this occasion. That is the nature of these playoffs. However, that is the end of their season, and Obscurity book their place in this lower quarter-final. They advance one further in this such a crucial stage of the competition. Well, the question is, what's going to happen a little bit later on when they do go and play at 8 o'clock CEST, the winner of the Hot Metal versus Juventus game?
Well, that has been an intense game. The only game that Obscurity dropped was the first one in the whole series, then winning 3 in a straight line. What a beautiful showing. But of course, I have to ask you, Tom, what are the other results?
Well, we're just waiting for confirmation. I wanted to say for a moment there was sort of the person in charge of that was lingering on the Obscurity result. Not the Obscurity result, we watched the Obscurity. Lingering on the Juventus result. And there's nothing from that game just yet. In fact, the scores have gone blank. So I'm afraid to say I can't give you the result just yet. I want to say that Juventus look like they're going to win that, but we'll wait and see. As probably a question for a little bit after this stream. Regardless, the next game on this stream is going to be Pluton versus Icicle, and that is up next. But I believe it's me and you ducking out of the commentary box, Vino, and we will be making way for, whereas I probably should have this information up on my screen if I'm going to talk about it, we will make way for Dispatch and Ali Agate. It's a very interesting one.
Yeah. Interesting pair indeed for the production team. But other than that, that's it from me and Tom Dillon for this evening. Thank you all for tuning in. But as well, don't go anywhere because there's more action coming later, as Tom just mentioned. We're taking a short break. 2-2.
It's 2-2 in that game.
Really?
Yes.
Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5. So that's going to be interesting to see who is going to be the winner against.
Thank you to B-Shake in chat for pointing that out.
Shout out, yeah, huge shout out to B-Shake. But other than that, we love you as well, always B-Shake, for updating these scores throughout the game that we had. But yeah, we're taking a short break, switching up some casters, and we'll be right back.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand, open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadow
what we love, to cut ourselves off and keep holding a grudge. I guess being rich was just never enough to save what we love or our death from above. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine, then it's all just lies. I feel the darkness around me. I know my demons surround me. Even the light that I held close was absent the moment they found me. Where do I run? Tell me, where do I turn to escape my head filled with trouble and hurt? The blood on my shoulders has soaked through my skin. I bang on the door, but they won't let me in. Don't want to drift away into the past, but I just can't get over all that I had. All that I lost when I found what I sought. Let myself go just to get what I've got. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine, then it's all just lies.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 lucky, but it's now all just the past me. Speakers loud, roof is down, riding through my city now. Chasing for the picture, I'm hoping I got no worries now. I got all this money, but it's not what makes
Hello, and welcome back, everyone, here to RSC10. I am Alligator, and today I have with me the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, the supercaster, the voice of Rocket, whatever you want to call him, the wonderful Dispatch. How are you doing in this fine Saturday?
Very good now that I've been called the voice of Rocket League, so I'll take that one on board. But we're back. We've got playoffs. We're on the final day. It's a beautiful Saturday, and whatever could we do to make it better? Well, we do have prospect playoffs. Everything of the season has accumulated to this. We only have 4 teams left, and looking at the fact we've got Pluton and Icicle, I could not be more excited.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be a great day of Rocket League. You can see there, here, the prospect playoffs bracket. We're going to be going into the winners, I was going to say semifinals, not the winner semifinals, but rather the winners finals, in which, as you said, we're going to have Pluton against Icicle. As you can see there, Pluton a 3-2 against Obscurity, Icicle a 3-1 against Jabadis. Both of those teams in the lower bracket as well. So those 4 that were in the winner semifinals are the same 4 that are going to be fighting for the crown here at the end of the day. It feels like it's all coming together perfectly, isn't it?
Yeah, it always does come together really well. And to note that we do have Jabatis and Obscurity playing off stream at the moment, and they will determine who will play the loser of this match. And looking here, first place from either conference here, identical wins, identical losses. These teams are so evenly matched, but look at the demo difference. Double coming out from Pluton. Maybe a really aggressive side. Both these teams were interviewed before this, their captains, and they both said the opposing team is the only team that they are worried about coming into playoffs. So I think we're going to see a brilliant series.
Yeah, and you can see there, you take a bit of a deeper look into the stats. You can see goals for is in advance, is in favor, if you will, of Icicle, but so is goals against, and that's not really in their favor. On their saves are also a higher number, which leads me to thinking, before seeing any gameplay at all, that we are going to see a finals in which Icicle are going to play very, very aggressive on the offense, trying to go for those shots, trying to score that big amount of goals, but they're going to have to be careful as well to not be scored much on, because they're going to have to retreat to defense once Pluton starts going on to that demo heavy part of the game, if you will. And you look here at the player stats, and as you said, very, very similar across the board as well between the players of both teams.
And yeah, looking over, we have Zyza over on the side of Pluton. 1 goal per game there, and then 2 players with 1 goal per game in Phoenix and Oldie. Definitely going to be looking out for Oldie in this series for me. A very strong player in Phoenix as well, definitely proven their worth. There's no one to count out in this lobby to me. This is a very, very stacked group of players.
Oh, absolutely. You can see it there. I mean, the numbers don't lie. It's just so interesting to see how it pans out. You were saying that 1 goal per game, even higher percentage from both the Pluton and the Icicle players. But you know, sometimes it's not about who's your main goal scorer, but rather who is your clutch player, who is that X factor that you can rely upon when everything seems to be going wrong, when I don't know, hope seems to be lost. Who is that player that brings you back from the depths of the abyss, if you will? And it's not always an established role. Sometimes someone is having a better day and they feel like the de facto IGL, and they're pumping their team up with hype, and maybe next day or next game even it will be someone else, because this is a double elimination bracket. This is not the end of the road for either of these teams. If they lose, they will fall to the losers bracket. They will not go out entirely. Now, it is a best of 5. We know what that means. Win 3, you go through to the grand finals, and you do so with the advantage of never having lost a series in the playoffs, which means whoever comes from the lower bracket is going to have to reset that grand finals bracket for a chance at the crown. Now, before we get here into game number 1, Dispatch, I have to ask, prediction for this best of 5 winners finals.
This is hard to predict because this is a place in the grand final, and it gives them immunity. It gives them the other team, if they do make it through the lower final against the winner of Obscurity and Jubatus, they will have to bracket reset if they want to win. So you get a huge advantage from winning this game because one of these teams is guaranteed to go to the grand final. I think this is game 5, and I'm going to call Icicle. I don't know why. Something is just saying that we're going to see a masterclass from Oldie, and I'm all here for it. But what about yourself? I'm very set on Icicle here.
Fair enough, fair enough. I have to say, I also think it's going to go the way of Icicle, and while that Game 5 prediction sounds reasonable, something's telling me, something screams 3-1 for Icicle here. To me, I really don't know what it is, but as you said, maybe it's Oldie already with the first save of the game inside the first 10 seconds. There's something about Icicle that just, maybe it's their name, they're gonna bring the ice and they're gonna clutch it out in 4, I think. But enough of predictions, let's get right into the gameplay.
As we see Icicle trying to get aggressive early. 1 save on the board for Oldie so far. Pluton getting a chance in the first few seconds, but Ziz racing to the ball with Phoenix, able to tip it over to the corner, but Ozzy is there to try send it center. Jay Kuziak and Oldie combining on defense, try to get the ball cleared. Ziz is there, but cut out immediately by Jay Kuziak. Ozzy, awkward, managed to pop this ball backwards, going for the aerial here, try and take it over the defense, might be able to get a second touch, blocked out, but it's awkward on the goal line for Icicle, just over to the bar, bounces down, it's awkward, maybe a chance for another shot, gets pinched away. Pandemonium for Icicle in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, and that was not a great defensive look, but I mean, careful with that missed pass. It's not been exactly a great look for Icicle, not the best coordination. Now, great stretch right there from Ozzy to get the save. But we know sometimes it's not how it starts, but rather how it ends. And look at that shot already, Oldie showing why they were being praised so much pre-game. Puts that shot far side of the goal. Ozzy almost gets there, but it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Icicle here over Pluton.
Very well placed shot. Ozzy just not able to get back there in time. Believe going for the boost, thinking that they were safe, but when Oldie's on the pitch, no one is safe. As Oldie up again for the ball to beat out the defender. Ziz is quite awkward, pops this one forward. Kuziak does have time. Ozzy racing in, confusing him, fakes him out as Oldie once again on the ball. Strike misses. Ozzy to dive in once again. A good fake. Oldie trying to clear the ball out, trying to get pressure on this defense. Pluton able to clear it, bounces straight back into the corner. Ozzy banging the wall as the ball bounces down, trying to get some pressure, but just an unfortunate backflip strike to try continue this pressure. Pluton is not able to get near the net. They're just sending everything forward with power. The placement, the decision-making is just not there for them so far.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. The power, the decision-making is just not there. They have been trying, but Icicle, they just seem to be better. They just seem to be doing everything well. Look at that 50. There's going to be no one there to pick it up, but once again, Oldie trying to go for the infield pass here, and you can see the coordination is a bit lacking maybe for both teams. You can see now again the double commit. So it's going to come a little bit, I think, down to who makes the least amount of mistakes. Now we see here Strike trying to stay on goal. Aussie missing on that one. Phoenix and Ziz both going up for it now. Rebound after Jay Kusiak misses. And, oh, that was not fully an open net, but it's still painful to see, to not see the ball going in, I have to say. But still, Icicle, this is no problem for them. They've already burned 3 minutes off the clock, just 2 remaining. They're in the lead. They're playing well, or well enough, rather. So they could just very well win this game number 1, just on a 1-0 count.
Definitely. Icicle looking very confident. We do tick down in the final 1 minute and 40 seconds of this match. Phoenix having to stretch for a little bit. Some threatening play coming out from Pluton, but immediately cut away. Bump coming out. Phoenix left as the last man. Pops the ball slowly. Tries to take it over Strike. Cleared away as Oldie now has time in the defense. Pops it over one. Has no boost to follow it. Ziz able to clear it away. And Aussie combining with him trying to get this ball cleared. Double tap off the wall. Phoenix to block it out. Aussie back up once again. Trying to get this ball to the backboard. Oldie deciding to leave the ball for Jay Kuziak. Strike sending it middle. The ball falling immediately into Icicle's hand. Aussie there to disrupt both the Icicle defenders. This one trying to find its way on net. The dunk coming out low. Will Strike be able to get a shot? Tries to snipe Ziz off the backboard. Managed to flip it over one, but Oldie once again there to clean up for his team. Trying to get the transition play, but the flip bit too far to the side. Jay Kuziak rushing in, beaten by Aussie. Maybe now transfer a counter-attack from Pluton. Aussie knocking this one higher. Transfer shot from Ziz. A beautiful save from Phoenix. Icicle, they looked very comfortable, but just got tested as Oldie. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the defender. A brilliant aerial to get the ball cleared. Managed to get a double tap off the ceiling. Oh my. And Aussie just turning it into his own net. Pluton on the verge of getting themselves back into this game. Bury themselves.
And that was a textbook counterattack from Icicle. They were almost scored on in just the previous play. And then right afterwards, it's Oldie that takes control of the ball up in the air. As you said, that beautiful double tap off the ceiling. And then the defender, there's only so much you can do in a situation like that. And now with a bit less than 25 seconds remaining, this seems like it is going to be game for Icicle. And they deserve it, I have to say. They have been the superior team for the bigger part of the game. They haven't maybe shown great Rocket League, but they have certainly shown good Rocket League. Both Pluton and Icicle, it has to be said, Pluton, they weren't doing a bad job. It's just that they weren't doing such a good job as Icicle were doing. Ball is going to drop. It's mathematically impossible. Well, I was going to say ball is going to drop. There it is, finally. As I was going to say, mathematically impossible for Icicle to lose that game. So, they run away with game number 1. The victory is theirs. 0-2. You look at that. Who's leading the way? Good old friend Oldie.
And looking at the shots, Pluton did have 2 more shots from Icicle that game, but the 2-goal difference being crucial. Just no finishing coming in. 0-3, 0-4, 0-2 individually for shots, whereas Oldie putting 50% on the board for himself. 2 saves across the board for Icicle as well. 6 saves to the Pluton 4. Those 2 goals being the difference, and the saves definitely reflecting that. Icicle just really able to block out Pluton. Going forward, Pluton are not looking very organized, whereas Icicle, especially with Oldie, he's just getting goals out of absolute thin air. When they get pressure, Icicle look deadly, and Pluton are absolutely cracking.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that first sequence when we thought Icicle was maybe crumbling a bit under the pressure, where Pluton had those, 4 or 5 shots in a row, but they all went into the crossbar. That's where the stats come from, because if you remember the rest of the game, it was a pretty quiet presence up until maybe that last minute, those last 45 seconds. So Pluton, they really need to find a new gear in this next game. They really need to do something different, because if they keep playing like this, it's not a great look for them. We gotta remember, this is not a best of 7, this is just a best of 5. So if Icicle win this next game, they're gonna be on series point, and a reverse sweep, I've said it before and I'll say it again, is oh so much harder to come back from than a normal game deficit. And look at that, Aussie knows it. Aussie knows he can't let anything go through from Icicle this game. Says no problem. Was the best defense, a good offense, and it takes it straight into the net. Beautiful air dribble right there. Best of the series for sure.
I was going to say, we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet in playoffs. We are only so far through with play-ins for Prospect and Challenger, and we are currently in Prospect play-ins, it is so incredibly statistically unlikely that Pluton will really need to put in a shift this game. And Ozzy, beautiful air dribble from him to get his team on the board. He definitely does not want to break that stat. He wants to take this one as far as he possibly can and keep his team involved. But Ziz, awkward on the goal line, popping the ball away. Jakuziak and Ozzy racing for the ball. Ball just glancing across the net. Finds its way in. Jakuziak taking on everybody. A brilliant play from him, and Ozzy's goal, however amazing it was, has already been cancelled out.
There it is. Beautiful follow-up. After that first challenge in the corner, there's one player, I believe it was Ziz, that was just not in a position to make a good challenge for that. And then the goalkeeper, once again, is a bit too far away to have any real impact on the play. So Icicle, they're not fazed by that goal. They were going to get one, now they're going to get two. And with both Jay Kuziak and Phoenix scoring these 2 goals in game number 2, not only they give the lead back to Icicle, but now every single player on Icicle has scored a goal in a series, and I believe that goes to show exactly how they're playing. They're involving the entire team. The coordination is starting to show. Maybe they're not getting all their shots on target, like that one that forced the save out of Pluton, but they are doing it well, and they're doing it as a well-oiled machine as a team. But look at that! Oh, the redirect from Aussie, absolutely disgusting. And it seems like Pluton, they don't want to score ugly goals, they just want to score beautiful, amazing goals on the counterattack. The transition, you could put it in a museum and it wouldn't be out of place.
And the transition goals, the counterattacks have been very strong for Pluton so far. We've seen it a few times already in this series. Jakuziak taking the ball off his teammate. The opponent's able just to scoop it up immediately. Bit of a misplay, miscommunication there, getting a bit nervous seeming as Pluton definitely turning up the heat against Icicle. Pluton left on the defensive foot now. Icicle really wants to put themselves ahead. Phoenix trying to find Jakuziak, just popped away. An awkward touch as Ozzy does have time to collect, rushes to the ball with Phoenix, gets demoed for it, but does get the clear. Aldi's already up for it, but Strike able to get contact. Jakuziak forced out, Phoenix forced out. Ball floating ever so dangerously into the Pluton half, but Ziz is there to deal with it. Jakuziak rushing once again. Ziz being pressured once again by Jakuziak. Just keeping going as Ziz trying to get an edge dribble of his own. This one all the way over to the net. Ozzy unable to find his hat-trick, but a beautiful goal from Ziz. Just pops it right over the defender. A bit too much aggression from Icicle. They really want to get themselves ahead, but it cost them.
It definitely cost them. You said it perfectly there yourself. Pluton are now going to regain their lead. And look at that, 5 goals already in game number 2, barely crossing into the 3-minute mark. We've barely gone into our 3rd minute of gameplay, and already we have almost triple the goals that we saw in game number 1. And we're seeing a revitalized Pluton. They are showing some new signs of life. They're showing that they are not out of this. They were just down by a little bit, but they're definitely not out. Now, what I want to see right now from Icicle is Oldie. We had that MVP performance in game number 1, but you look at this, when you look at those stats, yes, you do have the 1 shot, the 1 assist, the 1 save, and I believe 1 demo as well to boot. But is that really enough when you're talking about an MVP caliber player? I don't know. It's certainly not going to cut it to win game number 2, or at least it's certainly not cutting it for the moment. We'll have to see if Oldie can turn up and show us that greatness that they're capable of.
Oldie, he was being the main man in game 1. As Ozzy pre-jumping this one, trying to get the pre-flip as well. Definitely hunting for the hat-trick. And Oldie, player that needs to step up, try and take the ball slow over Ziz, just does not get it around. Ziz has time and boost, gets 50'd out, floating towards the net. The strike. Low points from him, but I'd say he's been very integral to Pluton this game. He's playing really defensive, letting Ozzy and Ziz just do their thing, and considering they're winning, they're definitely doing it right as Ziz trying to get an aggression going again. Phoenix finding Oldie, trying to get a shot on net. It's just behind Ozzy, quite awkward. Will there be a play to follow up? 3 players commit from Pluton. Phoenix finding a second in the game, bringing them back in. Oldie with the assist. That's just what they needed.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about from Oldie. Puts that shot on target. forces the move from Aussie. It's not quite as safe because it wasn't fully on target. It did hit the post, but then it forces the goalkeeper to move. We'll talk about that goalkeeper system in just a little bit. And look at that. Now it's just crumbling for Pluton. They get scored on twice in the last 15 seconds. And that goalkeeper system that you were talking about, having strike, maybe with less points, but staying back on net, letting Aussie and Ziz do their thing, maybe it's not exactly the best strategy, as we're seeing here. Icicle starting to ice up, pun very much intended, and claim 2 goals to get once again in the lead. And if they keep going like that, if they can keep this momentum going, it could certainly be more than 4.
Icicle just exploiting all the mistakes made by Pluton. They are quite messy on the defense, and when it's worked, but when it's failed, it has cost them every step of the way. Phoenix trying to launch the ball net. 2 players committing from Pluton. The ball gets cleared, but no boost in the defense. Ziz getting beaten out again. There's only 1 player left in strike. Aussie has boost, trying to get back underneath the ball. Managed to get the pop out. Once again, there's a player there. Strike able to get the bump and the clear. Has no boost, trying to continue the ball deep into the Icicle half, but with no boost. Awkward for him. Will Aussie be able to take over? He does. Pinching the ball middle. Will there be a player there? Ziz missing. That's got to be a goal from Jay Kuziak. Strike trying to get back just over him. Reaching, keeping his team within a hair's length of this game too.
Yeah, and the demo from Aussie that comes through in the midfield, very crucial to stop the offense from Icicle. But now the final 5 seconds, they need to find something. They need to keep the ball up, and it's not going to be possible. Just like that, Icicle run away with the second game coming back from behind. And now they find themselves at series point 0-2, 3-4 here in game number 2. You look at those stats. Phoenix leading the way with 2 goals, 2 as well for Jay Kuziak, 2 assists as well for Oldie, having a much better performance than at the start of that game number 2. And you've really got to be concerned if you are a Pluton fan right here, because this is not looking good. I'm sorry, but game 1, I don't want to say it was a blowout, but it was quite definitive from the side of Icicle. And in game number 2, where it seemed like you had the chances, where it seemed like you had that offense going and that you had something going for you, you still lost. So what do you do right now if you're a Pluton? Is it panic time yet? Or does that kick in sometime here in game number 3? Because if you lose this, you go down to the lower bracket.
To me, it looked like panic time kicked in game 1. The communication has just been very, very poor from this Pluton side in the defense. Every time Icicle's been able to get back into a game or take an extended lead, it's because it just misses in defense. The consistency from Pluton. We did speak about how these 2 teams, top of their conferences, the best teams in the tier, both the captains saying that these were the 2 teams that would be in the grand final and that it would be an equal series, but it just is not looking equal right now. Icicle dominating Pluton, and to try and get a reverse sweep in the upper final would be crazy from Pluton here. It demands so much from them to beat out what looks like a brilliant Icicle side. Jay Kuziak, what a goal.
Absolutely beautiful. And we were praising the redirect earlier from Aussie. That placing from Jay Kuziak is almost as good, if not even better. And we were praising Oldie a lot as well from this side of Icicle, but Jay Kuziak and Phoenix have been pulling their own weight as well, and especially Jay Kuziak is starting to come back from behind as that maybe not so prevalent player, maybe not so mechanical as well as it could be for Oldie, but definitely with that striker mentality that you need to have in a team. That player that, not that will go for absolutely every ball, because we know that's not how Rocket League works, but that will try to put everything on target, and that if you throw him a kitchen sink, they will score it. So Icicle, I think what they need to do right now, we've talked about it before, those demos, we haven't seen them come through. They've got to start utilizing those demolitions, those explosions on the field to take out the players from Icicle, because otherwise it's going to be so hard. And you've got to remember, even if it's just the beginning of game number 3, they are already down.
Yeah, Pluton having 220 demos for the Icicle 100. We expected a lot more physical game coming from Pluton. Maybe that's what they need to get themselves back into this series. A bit more aggression could go a long way to try get some mistakes coming out. What a beautiful read from Ziz, putting on a showcase the other side of the pitch, saying, Zay Kuziak, hold my beer, this is how you do it. Tying the game up, Ziz definitely making sure that Pluton get themselves back in this.
That gave me mixed feelings, because when the ball comes off of Ziz's car, it doesn't look like it's gonna go anywhere. But then suddenly he decides to go up in the air and reads it not only off the ceiling but also off the backboard. And that makes up for an amazing goal. So it just went from 0 to 100 in a matter of a second. And that really, I think, is what Pluton needed to start finding their groove, start finding their confidence. Beautiful mechanical goal coming in from Ziz. Everything you can do, I can do better, is Pluton saying. But as we are close to crossing the halfway point of our game number 3 here, which could potentially be the last one of the series, as a quick reminder, if you're just tuning in, you can see it there right below the scoreboard. Best of 5, it says, and 0-2 in favor of Icicle. So if they win here, the third one, they will progress to the grand finals. You can see there on top of the scoreboard, upper final, and they will be in a very, very good position to claim the crown here in the prospect playoffs in RSC10 here in Europe. But going back to the gameplay, a bit more than 2 minutes remaining, and Pluton, there we go. I was gonna say they found their groove on the offense, and Strike finally going to strike gold and gets their first goal of the series.
The aggression very much being a main factor in the success of this Pluton game in the third game of this series. Ziz once again being able to provide an opportunity. Strike finishing it off in that time, but 50-50 in 2 players going a very long way. Aussie trying to get this ball to bounce down low. No defenders there for Icicle. Strike getting his second. Where was the Icicle defense? They were just like, nope, this ball will be fine. There's no one back yet. Phoenix bumps Oldie in panic. It's just a free goal for Pluton. Icicle inviting Pluton back into this series.
Yeah, and with Strike getting his second goal on a row, you've got to think, isn't it kind of ironic that the guy named Strike was on the defense? And I mean, it kind of makes sense now seeing them play as a bit of a first man role here, trying to play that striker, that goal scorer role. Maybe this is what Pluton needed, not rather a change of gameplay, but a change of position. Oldie, though, gonna bring it back with one beautiful team play right there. I believe there was a bump involved somewhere in here. Oh no, it's just that Oldie gets there right before Strike does. So, Icicle are gonna bring it back within 1, and with 93 seconds remaining, this is not done yet.
Everything is still in the cards, but Phoenix, 40 points for him in this third game. He turned up in game 2, very instrumental in getting his team the win, along with Jay Kuziak. He needs to get a bit more involved, because as much as Oldie can do, getting himself way more involved in this game, Phoenix is going to have to turn up the heat and get Icicle into a better position, because being a goal down, we've seen how well they can do. Jay Kuziak trying to take on 2 defenders, trying to do everything himself. We need to see more out of Phoenix. Managed to beat out a player here. Aussie Auckland defense trying to get back past to Ziz. Jay Kuziak taking control. Ziz rushing in, managed to get the 50 to the ceiling. Who will be there? Strike knocking it forward. Phoenix able to get the ball over to Oldie. Oldie try continue pressure. It's floating high over to the Pluton half, returned by Aussie. Phoenix knocking the ball up to the ceiling. Will it be able to bounce down in position for them to capitalize? No one's there for it as the player misses. Jay Kuziak to get to the backboard. Oldie and Ziz racing. What a save from Ziz. Ziz doing absolutely everything to keep Icicle at bay.
Yeah, now just 30 seconds remaining. Ziz trying to go for another crazy read right there. There's a miss from Icicle. And Strike, sorry, not Phoenix, was trying to have a look at it. But now time ticking down. 15 and change remaining. Ziz trying to keep here the ball on the offensive side. Jay Kuziak, they know they need to find something, but the defense is going to hold strong from Pluton. And maybe this is where everything starts. The reverse sweep potentially could be. And there it is, the ball drops. Pluton are going to claim game number 3. they're gonna suffer for it. They're gonna find that 3-2, and up until the very end, it looked like a very much winnable game for Icicle, but in the end, they prevail. They put that 1-2 in the scoreboard.
And Phoenix padding his stats with the saves, it was not good enough from him in this game. He's definitely going to be the deciding factor for the rest of the series. If he can keep his mentality good, it won't be an issue. If he lets that get to his head, it will definitely be the main issue for his team. I'm very much thinking there's a chance for Pluton here to get back into it. It is unlikely, and we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet this playoffs. But it's gonna be a tough challenge. If anyone can do it, it's Pluton. To me, it's got to be this series.
Exactly. I mean, never say never. We've seen a new look Pluton here in game number 3. There was that middle part of the game where they were just go. They were pummeling Icicle with shots. They were on an absolute tear. They scored those 2 goals to bring it back in their favor, and they ended up running with the victory. So if they can keep that hot streak for a bit longer, they might very well take us to game number 5. And we all know Champions Field, it doesn't matter how the rest of the series goes, Champions Field is just special, be it for game 5, be it for game 7. It is a different beast, and all expectations go out the window. But Icicle, they don't want to find themselves in that situation. They want to win game number 4 here. If they do, it would so conveniently happen to be a correct prediction for me. And since we're going to be casting these 2 games in a row together, we might as well turn it into a bit of a friendly competition. So I don't want to say I'm rooting for Icicle, but I'm going to say I would definitely not be sad if they won here in game number 4.
I'm very set that Icicle will win this series. But everything will come down to the grand final, because I think we might see a rematch here. I believe that the series going at the time is not over. So Obscurity are winning 2-1 at the moment. And Phoenix, making up for his mistakes last game, want to send Pluton to face them. Icicle very much wanting to shut this out in a 3-1.
Yeah, and Phoenix, it might just be that only turns up in even number of games, you know? Slow game number 1, strong game number 2, slow game number 3, strong game number 4. We'll have to see how it goes, but it certainly could be the case. We've seen weirder things here in our beloved soccer ball game. But yeah, as you were mentioning, Icicle once again in the lead, not for very long. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Finally, Ziz will put it in, but that was some suffering right there. For my voice, for the offensive side of Pluton, for the defensive side of Icicle as well. It seemed like the ball was going to go in, but then not, but then it ended up going in. What a moment of tension. In the end, it is going to be Pluton coming out on top and putting that equalizer on the board.
Ziz definitely doing everything to keep their team involved. Phoenix trying to get a shot on net. What's way by Aussie? We do have an update that Obscurity and Jabatis has just gone to a game 5. Still waiting on the result over there, but right now all that matters is which team will be coming out on top. The winner of this game will very much play a big part, because if Pluton are able to go to a game 5, will Icicle's mentality be able to handle that? Because looking so dominant in game 1 and 2, Pluton haven't looked amazing, and Icicle have looked really good. Phoenix getting a save there after a bit of pressure. Strike to the back post. Aussie trying to keep something going, but just giving the ball away. Kuziak and Phoenix do have time. Strike able to get some pressure, trying to get the ball middle. Player does miss, tries to get the bump, gets demoed for it. Sacrifice is not used. Aussie, chance for an air dribble now. Kuziak able to contest and clear the ball. So back and forth so far, but Pluton trying to get on the offense for the last minute or so.
You can't miss those shots if you're Strike. You can't miss those shots if you're Pluton, because you're going to regret it later. It's certainly going to come back to bite you. There it is, Ziz trying to do their best to prevent that coming back to bite them that we're talking about. But if you have such an open net, you need to score it. Ziz, great aerial right there, puts it past the 2 defenders. Is going to give Pluton the lead on a 2-1. And you were talking what happens if Icicle is taken to game 5 when they look so dominant in games number 1 and number 2? I have to say, it is certainly a scary scenario, because, you know, a reverse sweep isn't easy, we were saying before. But when you manage to get to game number 5, you've won 2 games already. Your opponent hasn't won for 10 plus minutes, so it's not an easy task. We see right there Jay Kuziak with a shot. But Icicle, they would certainly need some magic if they go into game number 5, because I definitely believe the momentum would be all on the side of Pluton. And look at that, wanting to ramp up on the offense. Once again, there's going to be a demo to take care of Phoenix. And Icicle, they just haven't looked that great in their offense. Yes, you got a shot from Oldie right there, another attempt from Phoenix. But aside from that first goal, that was very, very early. Not really anything to write home about.
And Ziz is definitely doing all they can to keep Pluton in this series. Icicle have been relentless, but once again, Pluton being out Icicle on trots. It's the story that we've seen this entire series, but the last 2 games, Pluton just been able to get the better of Icicle, or dropping down off the backboard. Ziz getting a very slow bounce, 2 players combining on the defense to get the ball clear. It is still in their corner strike. Getting the boost, does not get the ball up to leave. They still managed to get it off of Jay Kuziak. Phoenix knocking this one to the backboard. Maybe chance for the double tap. 3 players miss. Oh, this is what I love about Prospect. This is what we get to see all the time. It's so unpredictable. You just don't know what's going to happen. But right now, one thing we can predict is it does look like Pluton will be able to go to a game 5. Aussie stretching to get a save there. Might be able to try to get a counter strike. Jay Kuziak keeping pressure. Strike able to clear. Phoenix off the corner, trying to pop this in. Ziz with no boost. Has to do everything here. Aussie to bail him out. Strike, popping the ball high. Jay Kuziak is there. Aussie racing. The ball still in the box. Jay Kuziak trying to get back to it. Oldie, maybe a chance for the shot. 2 players gone. It's an open net. Oh, it's just not good enough from Icicle, and Pluton hanging on by a thread.
Oh, absolutely. And the thread is getting very, very thin. And we were talking about earlier, if you're Pluton, you can't miss those open nets. But if you're Icicle, it's even more crucial that you score those, because now you might find yourself in a game 5 in the Magic of Champions field. It would seem like it's going to be in favor of Pluton. There it is. The ball is going to drop. And just like our lower bracket semifinal, we are going to game 5. We are going to Champions Field. And once again, the difference was only 1 goal. It was 3-2 in the previous game. It was 2-1 in this one. But Pluton with Ziz at the helm, they come out on top. And Icicle, they're melting. The ice is nowhere to be seen.
And the difference maker, once again, was Phoenix. He did rise to the occasion, but they're just taking turns with being the best player in their team. We saw Oldie, we saw Jay Kuziak. Phoenix putting on a brilliant show in that game 4. But they need to have the whole team united, as we saw in game 1, to be able to challenge this Pluton side. Because Pluton, they found their stride quite late, and Ziz is looking on fire. Trying to deny Ziz in game 5? I don't want to do that, and I don't know how these guys are going to feel about it, because as we do head to Champions Field, we've seen denied reverse sweeps. We've seen it a few times, I believe, this season. Maybe we'll be seeing the first one go through.
Yeah, and it is certainly a great scenario for this to happen. The only better scenario that I could think of would be in the grand finals to force a bracket reset, get those storylines going. But here in the upper finals, where still you get a chance to go on to progress through the tournament if you lose, it is a very, very daunting scenario still for Icicle. And as you said, Phoenix icing up there in game number 4, but the rest of the team has to go with it. Ziz, the absolute MVP right now for Pluton. And, you know, I don't know if any of our predictions are going to be correct, Dispatch, because mine is obviously off the books already. But yours is still on. If Icicle win this one, you would have both the series winner and the series score correctly. But is Icicle really gonna take it? What do you think here before we get too far into game number 5?
What I'm thinking is I have cursed Icicle into getting reverse swept. So very sorry, Axelos, the GM in chat, if I have cursed your team. I do apologize, but Pluton trying to get on the board here. 2 defenders once again, double committing for Icicle. Kuziak trying to get something on the offensive end. Ziz managing to get the ball clear as Phoenix. The player that is going to mean so much for this team in this game 5 needs to steps up by getting the save there, popping it to the bar. Ozzy to try clear. Kuziak knocks the ball long, trying to find this again, but Strike popping the ball high. Will there be anyone challenge him? No, Strike just able to get it free clear. Phoenix popping this high into the corner. Will Oldie to be able to get the read? No. Ozzy there to send the ball long. A lot of ping pong Rocket League in game 5. Usually this is what teams do when they want to feel out how the other team's going to play. I think it's just nerves. No one wants the ball right now. They just want to see how much pressure they can put on and hope the other team crumbles. But it's going to be the team with the most composure that wins this game.
Oh, absolutely, and you just saw it right there from Pluton. There was the double commit on Icicle's goal line. That could have been a goal for them, but instead it turned into a missed opportunity. And then Jay Kuziak picking up the ball, but not the big boost. That could have been so instrumental on the counterattack. And you said it perfectly yourself. This is what you usually see on game number 1 of a series when the teams are testing each other out, not just fighting for a place in the grand finals for a chance to take the crown home, to take it all. So we're gonna go into our halfway point of the series in about 10 seconds, and still so very even, and this is the story of the series. I feel like it is all tied up and it is so even across the board. I feel like game 5 is a perfect summary of what's been happening so far, and I think this game 5 is very much doing justice to the rest of the series. Now we see the backwards pass from Jay Kuziak onto Phoenix. Phoenix, the rebound is going to go on to Jay Kuziak! And finally that ball is going to go in from Icicle. There was a bit of confusion right there. I don't know if there was any defender touching in there, and Strike almost gets a save. But it is going to be Icicle getting the lead with 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining here in game number 5. And this could be a goal that's worth millions, as Jay Kuziak is going to get back-to-back. And we were talking about Oldie, we were talking about Phoenix, but the X Factor, we all know, is Jay Kuziak, and you can't stop this man when he's on fire.
Oof. The ice showing for Icicle. 2 goals back-to-back in around 5 seconds there. Very tight margin. Strike nearly able to deny that first goal, but as I said, it's been narrow margins this entire series, and with 2 minutes left, you need an average of a goal per minute. Ozzy finding a save to the post. That would have definitely been the nail in the coffin. And his own defense again. 1 more goal within the next few seconds for Icicle would just bury this game 5. Such an impossible task to come down with a 3-goal deficit, but Pluton need to find something soon. We haven't seen much of Oldie on the side of Icicle. 68 points to his name. We just haven't needed it because Phoenix and Jay Kuziak have looked brilliant. Phoenix assisting both of Jay Kuziak's goals. And Oldie just holding it down, doing what he needs to do. Trying to pop this one over to the backboard. Ozzy bailing out his side once again. Ziz to bang the ball long. Maybe a chance for a counter-attack. There's 3 players up for Pluton here, but Ozzy just giving the ball away. Oldie to get a save. Ziz is up for the ball, trying to get an aerial cross. Phoenix to block it out. Strike, trying to maintain some pressure, but has no boost. Oldie just has the time to clear, pops it over 1. And with a minute left, it's looking so unlikely that Pluton will be able to get their way into this game.
Yeah, they need to get a goal, and they need to get it fast, but maybe that demo is going to open things up. Never mind. Oldie is removed from the field, but maybe it'll turn into a goal for Icicles. Now Ozzy has to bring it back from their own side, trying to go for the musty, or at least faking it. Jay Kuziak, once again removed from the playing field. Ziz now meant to try to go for it, but Jay Kuziak bangs it long into the blue. Half we go, and the pink side. You can already hear the cheers for them. You can already hear how well it's going to feel to deny this reverse sweep, or so they think, because the attacking side of Pluton is certainly going strong in these last 45 seconds or so, but now with just 15 remaining, time is running down. It will soon become mathematically impossible for Pluton to win this game 5 if they don't score here. And then this next play, is the double tap going to come through? No, the ball goes away. And Icicle, they finally eyes up. They are going to claim victory. And into the grand finals they go. They won 1, they won 2, they lost 3, they lost 4, but when it mattered the most, they managed to clutch it up. And in game number 5, who other but Phoenix to lead the charge with those 445 points, 2 assists, 2 shots, 3 saves. Absolutely fantastic performance from Phoenix right there. The redemption arc, I feel, has been completed.
Phoenix rising from the ashes of the wreckage that was game 3 and 4. Clutching up when it mattered. It's in their name. The ice was prevalent from Jay Kuziak. Getting those very clinical 2 goals. It was just so fast as well. As I said, both teams were just playing it safe, trying to play the ball long, hoping a team would make a mistake. The composure was only there when Jay Kuziak brought that to the ice core side, and Pluton, unfortunate from them, but I have a feeling that we will see them in the grand final again. They will be playing Obscurity, who just won a game 5 of their own. So that'll be a very interesting series. I believe that's what will be coming up next before we do have the grand final, which, congrats to Icicle, have found their way there. We'll have that as a 7-game series with a chance for bracket reset. I know that our streamer source would absolutely love that to happen. But first off, we will have to see the game 5-game series, from Obscurity and Pluton, which I'm very excited for.
Yeah.
love. Where the love go? Where'd it go? Where the love go? I can't stand the fake love. Where the love go? Where'd it go? I can't show no love, can't show no love. No love from me. Yeah, I can't show nobody fake love. Cause I've been in my bag lately, getting cash, baby. So don't you act like you been here from day one. Graduated from a simp, turned into a big boss. Now she see me getting rich, cause I'm about to take off. Yeah, my life is like a movie, this is only take one. Yeah, and I ain't got no time for no one with fake love.
Shout out my boys, man, we paved the way. Rode with the punches like a crashing wave. To the haters that think they special, I can't see you from the higher level.
There's that close your eyes and fall asleep, I got you in a headlock. Visit you inside your dreams, you'll see me at the tip top. Nightmare to your team, now your album's about to flip-flop. Saving all my green, I'm raining singles down like drip drop. Drip, drip, don't you ever give me lip. They try to put me in a tomb, I just pop right out the crib. I came in like Sonic Boom, meet your doom. Take the lick, a dozen rappers in a room, and all 12 are getting hit. See me robbing rappers like it's Gotham, he's too tough to stop him. These rappers on the rise, I guess it's up to me to drop them. This not bump it in your car, no I don't shoot for the stars, I shoot for the highest bidder. My advance is rather large, show the labels what it costs. Cut the check or get lost, you begin when I win. I'm 50 Cent mixed with Nas, all I made was a cause. All they gave was applause in a grave. All my enemies, now welcome to my TED Talk.
Yeah, shout out my boys, man, we paved the way. Rode with the punches like a crashing wave. To the haters that think they special, I can't see you from the higher level. Higher level, higher level. These mountains that you climb kinda start to look like pebbles, yeah. Higher levels, we on higher levels. All these things that you flex ain't the things that make you special. Higher levels.
Big talk, you loud mouth, I take the beat and I chow down. Feast all up in the booth, the studio like a powwow. Just count down till I blow, fired up like pyro. You act dumb to go viral, but you only ever the sideshow. Like, hey, you can never take me out, I keep taking different routes. Copycats keep trying to switch it, but they missing all the clout. Every day I deal with doubt, I just rap what I'm about. All the haters I defy, double size my account. I just count the profit, keep on making comments. We get it poppin', got your girl talking my favorite topic. She know I rock it, not your average Joe, my life exotic. And you're just jealous, you don't got it. Got me way up in the skyline, won't be phased, I'm on my grind. Higher levels, you won't see me till I fly by. Day by day, I keep picking up the pace. Middle finger to the ones who acting fake, big mistake.
Yeah, shout out my boys, man, we paved the way. Rode with the punches like a crashing wave. To the haters that think they special, I can't see you from the higher level. Higher level, higher level. These mountains that you climb kinda start to look like pebbles, yeah. Higher levels, we on higher levels. All these things that you flex ain't the things that make you special. Higher
You don't know
levels.
about the hours, you don't know about the minutes. You don't know about the blood, the sweat, the tears that I put in it. I've been living like a hero, they've been calling me a villain. Haven't pocketed a dime, even though I made a killing. You don't know about the hours, you don't know about the minutes. You don't know about the blood and sweat and tears that I put in it. I've been living like a hero, they've been calling me a villain. Haven't pocketed a dime, even though I made a killing.
Look at the obstacles we overcame. Can't take the picture, we're inside the frame. And to the haters that think they special, I can't see you from a higher level. Higher level, higher levels. These mountains that you climb kinda start to look like pebbles, yeah. Higher levels, we on higher levels. No, this that crazy spot where your angels turn to devils. Higher levels.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to RSC. Still the same old Two Faces, Dispatch and myself, Alligator, here to bring you the RSC EU Prospect lower bracket final after we just saw an amazing 5-game series between Pluton and Icicle in the winners finals that ended up with Icicle denying the reverse sweep and claiming all glory in a 3-2 fashion. Now, they will be waiting up in the grand finals, but my friend Dispatch, what do you expect here from the losers bracket finals?
Oof, I don't know what to expect here. Obscurity have just beaten Jabatas 3-2 off stream, and we obviously have just seen that Pluton, they have found themselves losing a Game 5 themselves. So Shadow coming off of a high Game 5 to bring themselves into the top 3, and Pluton very much putting themselves into this lower final, unable to get the reverse sweep. But looking at the stats here, 8-win separation, 3-place separation as well, and the demo, so many from Pluton. We didn't see many of that last series, sorry. But maybe we'll get to see a bit more of aggression. They might decide to change up tactics here, but their mental's got to hurt. I'm going to give the upper hand to Obscurity here.
Okay, interesting one right there. I have to say, I don't know, Pluton at times during that series looked so much better than their opponents, than Icicle. They just needed that tiny little bit of magic to push through and to win it all. So I have to hand it to Pluton. I mean, they were first seed for a reason. You look at the stats in here, pretty even across the board. We take a look at that Ziz leading the way in goals per game. There is no one in the side of Obscurity that really is anywhere close to matching that stat of 1 goal per game. Closest is Vibs at 54 goals in 59 games. So yeah, as we said, I think Pluton still has that slight upper hand, but it is a very good point that maybe coming in straight from a loss where they had it all so close could affect their mental and could bring them down a notch or two.
The player I'm looking for here is Vibs from Obscurity. Obviously, we've seen brilliant things from Pluton. Vibs leading their team in every stat. Obviously, there's the game difference between them and Dibble. Even beating out Dibble by, 13, and then 11 in goals, assists, and saves. Vibs may be a very instrumental player for this side. Interesting to see what they can do.
Yeah, exactly. You said it perfectly. Right there, Obscurity, as you said, making their way through the lower bracket semifinals. And we saw earlier the 4 teams that came in as the top 4 for the winners semifinals, the initial top 4, if you will, those who started in the winners bracket instead of starting down in losers. They were all the top 4 teams that we had remaining going into today for these playoffs in the Prospect RSC tier. Now, Jabatas have been eliminated. They are going to place top 4. They're going to place 4th in Prospect, so congratulations, GG's to them. Now we are going to see who moves on to 3rd. Then we'll have a 2nd and a 1st place teams, but that will come later. Going into this next series, we've talked about Obscurity, Pluton, very, very close. But now let's get a bit more into the nitty-gritty, Dispatch. Give me a precise series predictions, not just, I think Obscurity is going to win. How is Obscurity going to win? Tell me all about it.
Well, I was right last time, so I'm going to say I'm on a little bit of a hot streak. I was right in the Icicle 3-2 prediction. So I will say that I think this is going to go to Obscurity. I think in 4, and I'm going to be even more precise. I think Pluton win game 2. I think they take game 2 and it's 3-1 Obscurity.
Okay, very, very interesting right there. Not just telling us the scoreline, but also what game Pluton is going to win. And for myself, I think it is going to be Pluton in 5. No funny shenanigans, no reverse sweeps, but I do expect this series to go all the distance. Obscurity on the blue, Pluton changing sides, now going to be on the red. And for the moment, we're seeing a lot of presence here on the blue half front. Those red players' shot is already in, but it's going to be a bit high. And this is exactly the start that we saw against Icicle. But we know Icicle were that number 1 seed. Obscurity only number 4. So maybe a different type of foe. But I'm sure Obscurity aren't going to go down without a fight. And look at that already, the shot in there, forcing the save from Ziz. Aussie was there to pick it up, to deny the danger. Not trying to go for it is Obscurity, but still they can't find anything precise, as Posler is going to find the clear back onto the pink. Sorry, I was going to say orange, but it's not quite orange. It's kind of pink-ish. Side we go, and still 0-0 after an entire minute of gameplay.
And the player that I'm looking out for here is Ziz, as he finds his own goal. 3:48 left on the clock, getting the opener in this series when it matters. Ziz is definitely the player that has looked great for Pluton consistently throughout the last series against Icicle. Aussie's had these moments, but it's been Ziz all the way. And that's who Obscurity are going to have to lock down. We've seen that Pluton are a very demo-heavy side according to their stats. I don't think we've seen any of that in playoffs. Nothing that reflects the high account that they had, especially considering they had double the amount that both the teams they have played. Even more than both of them combined even. So for Pluton, we need to see a little bit more demos if they're going to return to form, but that isn't mattering. Ziz putting a team on the board early in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. And I was thinking, when is Caster's Curse going to strike? Because we know we had that prediction earlier that you made that maybe Pluton were looking hotter, that they might take the series in game 5. I think that was reasonable to assume. But as soon as I go out and say that no goals inside the first minute of gameplay, that it's looking a bit slower, very even across the board, there goes Ziz to take the words out of my mouth, make me look bad. So I guess I'm just going to shut up and say, yeah, Pluton are looking good. Maybe they won't have to rely. Of course, I was going to say maybe they won't have to rely on the demos, and immediately there's 2 that happen there. So I'm just going to shut up, Dispatch. It's all on to you now.
Demos being traded there, able to bail out Obscurity. Dibble trying to get some aggression going for this Obscurity side. 2 players committing. Hostler might be able to get the ball middle, but no boost. Denied. Ziz finding Aussie. Has a bit of time now. Flick over Dibble to the backboard. Hostler and Vibs trying to rotate back in. Hostler missing the ball. Ziz does have free reign, trying to get the shot on net. It's been easy for Ziz, and 2 goals, 2 saves, 3 shots, 424 points. More than all of Obscurity combined is putting on an absolute clinic in game 1.
Oh, absolutely. You said it yourself. Absolute clinic from Ziz. We saw them as the lead player for Pluton in the series against Icicle right before this. Now they're going for that hat trick. They know they can do it. And, I'm kind of losing my confidence in that 5-game prediction. Pluton are looking quite superior in here. I dare say even more than Icicle were looking against them in the previous series that we just watched.
Pluton looking like a much stronger team. Maybe it's the opposition difference, because Icicle are a very strong side, but we can't count on Obscurity. I've already said that I think they'll win this. Maybe wrong in the game order, but my prediction will still be on at the end of this game. Being 2 goals up, Obscurity maybe feeling out Pluton. Pluton have just come under a high pressure situation, and Obscurity having to be in a lower bracket. It's going to be difficult for them to try keep their mentality all the way through, and with the way that Ziz is playing, it's not surprising that we're seeing another double commit from Obscurity. He looks so scared when he gets near the ball, and who wouldn't be, because Icicle were having issues with him in that series. Aussie trying to go for a shot. Everyone on Pluton trying to get forward. Obscurity yet to find themselves at the start of this series.
And look at that, it was only a series of bumps and unfortunate misplays that prevented Pluton's 3rd goal from going in. Now 1 minute 60 seconds and counting down remain the offense from Pluton, still mounting on Aussie, trying to go for that one, but they have to be careful not to get too confident, because we know what happened with Icicle. And look at that, the double miss. It's gonna have to be Strike here on the defense, trying to cover up for the mistakes that we saw from their teammates. Aussie, great stretch right there to find the save. But just as I say it once again, Pluton, they can't get that confident, they can't get cocky, because if they do, they're going to be in serious trouble. But fortunately for them, game number 1 appears to be in the books. Great carry right there from Strike. Also takes some time off the clock. Now 15 remaining with 2-0 on the board. I was going to say, unless it's an immediate goal from Obscurity, which is going to happen. Now this suddenly gets very interesting.
Brilliant corner read from Vibs. Flipping heck, that was beautiful coming out from Vibs there. And with 12 seconds left, it's unlikely that Obscurity will be able to get back into this, but mathematically it is possible. Vibs needing to get something and misses the ball. Strike launching it over to the backboard. Possa needs to get forward. Reversing is not going to be able to, but Aussie gives them an opening. Possa needs to keep his ball up, but has no boost. Drops to the ground, and Pluton already making me regret being specific with my predictions, but it is still on the cards that Obscurity will go 3-1, but Pluton and Ziz especially looking like they deserve to be in the grand final.
Could still happen, most definitely deserving to be in the grand final, as you said right there. Great performance from all of them. Ziz, we can't shout him out enough. Absolute MVP performance they were putting on. It was just everything that needed to be done was done by Ziz, but also Aussie and Strike, they were outplaying the entirety of Obscurity. And that game number 1, yes, it did look maybe a bit shaky in those final seconds, but it never looked like it was out of the hands of Pluton, did it?
It didn't look like they lost control at any point. Vibs getting a very late goal in the final 12 seconds. Pluton looking fully in control. Ziz able to exploit the defense all the time. Obscurity just not looking like they're able to contest currently. I know they can. I'm hoping that they can, because I want to see a good lower final. But if Pluton want to take this fast and take the quick route to taking us to a probably pretty close grand final, I'm all here for it. But it'll be nice to see Obscurity try challenge Pluton, which I believe they're over to. But as we do move on to Forbidden Temple and map 2, Alligator, it is going to be a difficult task for Obscurity to beat a side like this when Pluton look amazing.
Absolutely, and we might just see the Brooms come out here with the way Pluton played in game number 1. But we're not going to say anything too early, because we know what happens with that already. Postler and Vibs trying to go for that goal. It wasn't quite the double commit. It was actually a very, very intelligent way. But what do you know? Ziz is going to be there. There are only 3 sure things in life: death, taxes, and Ziz scoring for Pluton. Absolute wonderful counterattack. And maybe that, not really a double commit, but kind of a double commit on the attack for Obscurity hurt them a little bit, especially when going back to the defense, especially when they had to regroup to try to get back. And look at that. Onto the backboard goes one player. Another demo from Aussie, and we're starting to see those demos from Pluton. Great touch right there from Dibble, but no one there to capitalize on it. So Obscurity, inside the first minute, they have already gotten scored on ones. Will they find another one? Oh my god, yes they will. Dibble with an absolutely fantastic air dribble with that freestyler dominance, puts it in. Absolute wonder class, master class, wonderful, whatever you want to call it. There are no adjectives to describe what just happened. Obscurity tie it up.
Dibble and Ziz trading blows so far. We did see a brilliant goal from Vibs in the first game, but beautiful air dribble coming out from Dibble to bring their team level. Trying to go off the ceiling now, but with no boost, just gets denied. Aussie on the goal line. Oof. Very, very close margins there, but a beautiful save regardless. Trying to get someone on the other side of the pitch now. Ziz trying to get control of the ball. Managed to be posted to it. It's an open net. No one's back. And Aussie, a clinical save, manages to get the assist as well. Ziz with the goal. And who else is it going to be? Looking absolutely on fire right now. What was nearly a goal for Obscurity has just buried them in game 2.
Yeah, and it is once again what we were talking about in goal number 1 for the Pluton side. It is the defensive rotation that is completely broken because of the commits on the offense. If you go for a goal that heavily, you have to score it, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble, big trouble, if that goal doesn't go in. And we've seen it before, and we just saw it once again right there with the assist from Ozzy and the goal, of course, from Ziz. That tip of the spear, that X Factor, that clutch, man, for Pluton. And sometimes, yes, the MVP and the expected X Factor is going to end up being the X Factor right there. Strike trying to put a pass from Ozzy. Not the best clear from Ziz, though. And maybe they are proficient in the attack, but the defense looking a bit shaky right there. That back touch goes on to Vibs, is going to score it. Ozzy not quite able to make the save.
Ozzy had many goal line saves so far this series, but Ziz makes a mistake, not able to bail them out. Strike able to get a very good 50 off kickoff. Ozzy's just too fast to the ball. As we are level now, Postler not very involved in this game too. Didn't see much from him in game 1 as well. With just under 3 minutes left, 30 points will not suffice if they want to get themselves back into this series. Maybe we'll be seeing a reverse of my prediction with Obscurity taking game 2 and then Pluton winning 3-1. There's always a chance for that, so I'll say at least that I've cursed a team, but it's Ozzy trying to get some aggression going, managed to get the ball off the backboard, Poster to race for it. Dibble has time for the dribble now. Strike diving in, denying it with no boost. Vibs does have time on the ball, managed to bang it over one. Ziz trying to find Strike on Strike. Up for the board, trying to pop it to the side, over Postler. Postler awkward, leaving it for Dibble. Ziz now on the board, trying to get some aggression going. Strike towards the net. Vibs able to clear long. Who else is going to be there but Ozzy? The defensive rock for this side, picking up a second save in the lower final. Brilliant game so far from both sides, and with 2 minutes left, it could go either way.
Yeah, exactly. That tied up series. Pluton still looking like the more dominant defensive side, but not quite dominant overall. They have just been looking slightly better, and as we saw in that previous series from Ice Skull, sometimes you don't need to look absurdly superior to your opponent. You just need to be that slight bit better. But you know, it is not quite enough right here to find the goal against Obscurity. And maybe your prediction is still alive, as you said, trying to go for the pass. Right there was the members of Pluton. I know the striker was Ziz. I did not see exactly if it was Strike or Ozzy that was trying to go for the pass. Now careful on the defense right there. Have to be Pluton, because the ball is dangling dangerously in front of their own half, and they've spent more and more time here in the pink side than they would have wanted, and that could very well result in an Obscurity goal. We've seen Vibs, we've seen Dibble, even seen Postler trying to go for those, but still Dibble being that main offensive force. Now carefully have to be on their defense as well, because if you get scored on, it doesn't matter how good you're looking on the offense, you are not going to win. Now going into the last 40 seconds of this game, a bit more than half a minute, still 2-2. Do you think, Dispatch, that we could see our first overtime between the two finals, upper bracket and lower bracket, or is it going to be one in regulation?
I think it's possible. We looked like we've been at a deadlock for quite a while now. Also, maybe able to get a shot to the back post. Ozzy diving in as well. Oh, Ozzy's been so good in the defense, but mistake coming out, which is so costly. Did not have to go for that ball. Just rushing out with 13 seconds left. Obscurity look primed to take game 2. Ozzy's been so consistent. Maybe the nerves are catching up to him. But Postler gets the ball off the kickoff ball, finds his way to Ziz. Ziz needing to get something for his team here. Vibs up to the back wall. Ozzy will be there to meet them. Vibs popping this ball to the middle, just buying time out of this Obscurity side. Want the ball to hit the ground. Everyone missing. Ozzy towards the net, just not enough power. The direction may have been slightly off as well, but Obscurity take game 2 and bring this series level.
Oh my, was that tight. We could have very well seen the overtime. Apparently it wasn't meant to be, but almost there for Pluton. This close to tying it up 3-3. Fortunately for Obscurity, it didn't happen. Fortunately for them, the 3-2 prevails. It is good they put the equalizer on the series. This guarantees at least the game number 4 for us. And while they didn't look like the better team on the field for the majority of that game number 1 plus game number 2, they have made their mark. They have found their little pockets of excellence here and there, trying to find those goals, and they are getting the job done, which is all that matters really going into game number 3 right now. Complete parity, nothing like the previous series we had. One of the two teams will go on to series point, but no brooms this time around either.
4 more shots coming out for Obscurity, but one thing I found quite interesting is even though it was a 3-2 scoreline to Obscurity, not a single save coming out from them. Everything was coming out from Pluton. They were comfortable on defense, but they just weren't getting anything going on the offense. Not a great game from them, but as we do move over to, I believe, Urban Central Dawn it is, not Utopia Red Show. I do get a mouse mix up. Game 3 here in the series, it can still go either way. We are tied up here. This is for a place in the grand final, and if they want to win, the winner of this will also need to get a bracket reset and win once again against Icicle, who have looked unstoppable. But both these teams right now putting on a show for us in lower final. It could go either way.
Most definitely could go either way, and as you said, that bracket reset isn't going to be easy at all. Now here in Urban Central, it was where we saw Pluton start to come hot against Icicle, to start to get it going right before they were shut down in that game number 5. They were denied that reverse sweep. No reverse sweeping this time around, but still potential for a game number 5 with the way these teams have been playing almost on the demo. Was Strike, but not going to be able to find it. Dibble trying to send it long, but the save comes there from Aussie. No boost for Dibble, a little bit more, but now empty as well for Aussie. Just 3 in the tag, which is virtually the same as empty, but virtually the same is not exactly the same, and that was enough to get the shot out, and that's why you have to be careful with players like Aussie, because they have that killer mentality, but in the end, the killer is always going to be Ziz. Fear it, run from it, do whatever you will. The Ziz goal is going to come sooner or later. And there it is, Pluton with the first of the game and putting them at an advantage 1-0 right as we cross into our 4 minutes remaining mark.
Ziz has looked brilliant for this Pluton side. I don't know what they'd be doing without him right now, because Strike, however consistent, and Aussie, however consistent, Ziz is looking like easily one of the best players in Prospect by a large margin. Very much doing everything they can for this Pluton side. Was definitely the driving factor behind the nearly reverse sweep against Icicle, and is looking to be the deciding factor in this game against Obscurity, as now on the defense Ziz going to be left as last man. Very awkward, bouncing above their head. Aussie to bail him out. 2 players going. Ziz able to get the save. Ziz is just everywhere on the pitch. 1 goal and 2 saves. Absolutely bailing out this side. The ball bouncing middle, but no one's prepared for it on the field. Ball going over Aussie now. A 1v1 between Dibble and Ziz. Will Ziz be able to defend this? Inflate too high and saved by the woodwork. Strike trying to bang the ball out. Postler misses. Maybe a chance here for Pluton to get forward. Strike opts to try go for the bump, leaving the ball completely. Dibble has absolutely free reign, but Ziz is there to cut it out, trying to get forward once again. The defender misses, an open net for Ziz. Oh, it's just too easy for him. 2-0 to Pluton.
You hate to see it. That miss from the defender. Open net for Ziz. He's not going to miss it. They learned their lesson against Icicle. Pluton cannot miss those open nets, and least of all Ziz. And it's not going to happen. Now the 2-0 advantage for them, crossing into our second half of the game right now. The clock hits 2:30. Pluton, they have looked so much better than Obscurity here in game number 3. And I fear, my friend, that this might be the exact opposite of what you said. It might be a 3-1 for Pluton with Obscurity winning game number 2. But I'm not going to call it, still too early to say that, because Dibble, right as I say that, quite perfect, thank you very much, my friend, is going to score a quite amazing read. Not going to lie, that was beautiful.
I believe that we do have Strike AFK in net there, which may be a contributing factor towards that goal. I did see Strike going AFK as is putting the second goal, so maybe some issues on Strike's end, but as a goal's been scored already, will not be able to get a pause of any kind. Ziz up for a shot here. Will there be a player there? Aussie knocking it low, perfectly placed. Ziz and Ozzy combining when Strike's having issues. Ziz getting an assist, leading one over to Ozzy, saying, my hat-trick can wait. Let's just get this game 3 over with.
Oh, and that was so intelligent from Ozzy. Takes the soft shot, trying to go for that easy bounce. It seems like we have Strike back again in the game, so that's fantastic to see. But knows that the defenders are expecting a hard shot, that they're expecting something powerful, and just puts it easy into the net, just walks it right in. Great bomb that we saw right there as well from Postler, I believe it was, but still not good enough to allow Vibs or Dibble to get into the offense. Now Dibble trying to go for the aerial right there as we cross the 90 seconds mark. Time is running low for Obscurity, especially given that they still have that 2-goal disadvantage. They did score 1, but it was countered absolutely immediately. It wasn't even 5 seconds until that second goal of distance happened again, and it could potentially be more with these misses coming through. Now Dibble's testing the net, testing the defender, but it's going to hold strong for Pluto. 1 minute remaining, says the announcer. That pinch is going to go on the offensive side, and of course Ozzy is going to make that. Pluton aren't missing right now, and it is the 4th online. What a read.
What a beautiful read from Ozzy, the boost management as well. And considering Strike's issues, 68 points for Strike, 398 for Ozzy, and 544 for Ziz. They are practically 2v3ing Obscurity right now. And they're making it look quite easy, being honest. Ozzy managed to look up at a brace. Both players on the offensive end for Pluton getting a goal and 2 goals and an assist for them so far. 30 seconds left now. Pluton look very much out of this game. No, Obscurity do, sorry. Pluton very much in the lead, and with below 30 seconds, you've very much got to question what Obscurity can do to take this Pluton side, because they look poised to go back to the grand final. Because after that series of ice call, I'm ready for more. I said that Ziz left the first goal and would get his hat-trick later, but Ozzy picking up their own 3 goals, 4 shots, assisted by Strike, getting on the board with their first start of the game. Beautiful 5-1 to Pluton. They've looked all over Obscurity in Game 3.
Yeah, with 15 seconds remaining, I don't think there is enough time for the Brazil to come through, but it is Pluton that we're talking about. It's not going to happen, though. Time is running low. Almost impossible to score those 2 remaining goals. Time is going to run down. The ball is going to drop to the floor sometime soon. There it is. Pluton, the winners of game number 3 on series point, now just 1 away from making the grand finals and getting that so expected rematch against Icicle.
And Ziz looks adamant on getting there. I mean, just look at the stats. Ziz and Ozzy, 551 above for both of them. 572 for Ziz. Wow, putting on a brilliant show. And Pluton not playing around. They want to go to that grand final, and they want to win it. They want redemption for what Icicle did. And then they got a reverse sweep. They just fell short in that game 5. They weren't able to get anything going. Maybe with a bit more confidence if they are able to beat Obscurity here. Let's not count them out, because they have taken a game. It is 2-1. And Pluton, they really want to get revenge.
Oh, absolutely, they do. And I feel like they need to close it out here. They need to find something going for them. Because if Obscurity take them to game 5, it's going to be very, very hard to predict what's going to happen. They saw it themselves. In the previous series, they were denied the reverse sweep from an Icicle that seemed like they were already dead and beaten. And if Obscurity find just the tiniest little bit of magic, they could be sent home without getting that rematch that they want. That rematch that I can tell you, they think they deserve. So, into game 4 we go, and Pluton, they need to find their groove, and they need to find it fast. And that momentum is going to be with them. It's not going to be hard to do, but still it has to be done. Because the moment Obscurity get in the lead, the moment Obscurity start to run away with it, it gets very, very dangerous for them.
And in this game 4, ever so crucial, pivotal game that we saw was very, very decisive and mattered so much in the last series, matters even more now for a chance to be in the grand final, Obscurity need to clutch up. We saw that Icicle were able to in a game 5 against Pluton, but Pluton and Aussie very much looking poised to send themselves there. Doing a lot of game 5s today. We saw Obscurity beat Jabatis in game 5, and then we just saw, obviously, Pluton against Icicle. There's a chance for another here, but the way that Pluton are playing, they will want to take this one in 4. 2 players up, ever so confident. Strike having to bail out his team, but as a double commit comes out, Awkward scrambling to the goal line. Ziz always there to bail out his side, trying to get some pressure again, trying to get the read off the corner. Awkward in the defense, maybe trying for Strike and Aussie. Both players go, none of them able to get it on net. Aussie to buy time for Strike. Strike once again trying to get pressure, but Dibble clearing with very little boost, beating out Ziz in the midfield. Aussie trying to rush in. Strike double committing, a chance in an open net, but Posler just missing a vital opportunity for Obscurity.
Oh, and you don't want to see those happen. We were talking about before with Pluton against Icicle, with Icicle against Pluton. You can't miss those opportunities, you can't miss them when they're so open, and now Obscurity are doing the same, and look at that. We didn't see it in the previous series because both Pluton and Icicle ended up capitalizing on those mistakes that the enemy made. But look at that. You miss a shot and then Ziz is going to punish you. 1-0 up for Pluton. This is looking very, very much the way I said it had to look. It's not in their pocket just quite yet, but they are starting with that strong arms out, and it is going to be very hard for Obscurity to come back from this one.
It's going to be a very tough task, but as opposed to trying to get a chance here, Vibs is just beating out Ziz. Looking a man possessed on the field today. He's been doing everything. 2 players up. Distraction coming out from Vibs. A very smart fake. But Aussie and Strike trying to get the ball towards this Obscurity net. The fake not working. Aussie trying to beat out Vibs. Gets the ball up into the air. Is Ziz going to be there? Just not there. Playing it safe. If we do go down into the final half of this game 4, it's going to be very crucial that Pluton stay with their 1-goal lead. They might start to play a bit more conservative. Obscurity taking advantage of that. Getting pressure here. Shot to the crossbar. Posler not able to get there as well. Ziz in a 1v1. Has the option for the pass now. Not able to get the pop over. Aussie trying to get a shot back on. Blocked away by Dibble. And Pluton, they're playing conservative, but they're definitely taking their chances when it comes to it.
Yeah, exactly. They want to keep that pressure going. Even if they don't score it, they have to keep it piling up. Because if you don't let your opponent get out of their own half, they're not going to be able to score. And if you keep peppering that blue net with shots, eventually it's going to go in. You see the bumps, the demos from Aussie onto Vibs. They are what they promised to be in the stats, if you will. And now look at that. The open net missed by Aussie. It's true that it was a bit of an awkward shot, but you still need to make that one. It has to be said, though, it is not as disastrous to miss that open net when you are winning that, when you are tied, or even more when you are losing, as is the case with Obscurity. Now, 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining and counting down. Pluton still in the lead. Obscurity need to find some magic here, and they need to find it fast. Maybe it's going to be it, but no, once again denied by the Pluton defense.
1 minute remaining. Echoes around the arena. That is how much time Obscurity have left to get themselves back into game 4. But if Ziz and Pluton have anything to say about it, they will have to get a second goal. Because Obscurity have looked on the verge for a while, but they just haven't been clinical enough to get the goals when needed. But 2 players committing for Pluton, it doesn't even matter. They still get to the ball. Aussie styling on them to the crossbar. Dibble does have time and boost. It was on the wall, setting up for the edge of the ball. Opposite leave it. Vibs is on this. A bumper coming out from Dibble. Vibs to the top left corner. What a shot. And with 25 seconds left, signs of life for Obscurity.
Oh, that was such a beautiful play. If it hadn't been so messy, it would have been one for the ages. And it might as well be if Obscurity managed to bring it back in here and go into Game 5, then make their way into the Grand Finals. Maybe even Icicle. Nah, I'm just getting ahead of myself, and look at that pinch. It's gonna go all the way to the blue side of Obscurity. We were saying we didn't have an overtime. in game number 2. We haven't had an overtime between the winners or the losers finals just yet, but this tie right here, if it's not broken, is the ball going to drop? It goes onto the side wall. Dibble is going to be there to pick it up. Who's there for the follow-up? Postler keeps it up, and now finally it drops. And we have overtime, ladies, gentlemen, NBs, and everyone else watching here. What an exciting moment of Rocket League that we just witnessed right there. Into overtime we go, and Pluton still trying to find their offense, but a new groove, a new gear has been found by Obscurity, and it seems like they have realized that if they don't win this, they're out, and they don't want to be out.
Oh, I do love a good overtime. We do get our first one, as you've said. It's been a while, but this is ever so important. This could send Pluton to the grand final for a rematch, and it could take Obscurity to Game 5 to give them a chance of getting there themselves. It would be a beautiful run from Obscurity. They looked so out of it at the end of Game 3. And now they do have a chance, but they're going to have to get something going forward. But what's this? Strike's got an opportunity. Vibs able to block it out. Ziz, the player that's been ever so clutch, does get bumped away. Ozzy is up for it. Dibble to block. And Obscurity, they just look so much better on defense. But two players commit, leaving Vibs alone. Will he choke under the pressure? Misses the ball. Managed to get back around it. Managed to get it over to Ziz, left as the last man. The 50-50 coming out. Times badly, and Strike's there on the end of it. Pops it over the bar. Oh, it's disaster. And maybe a chance for a counter-attack. Actually, as Ozzy's left at the back, but Poster with no boost. The ball bouncing to the middle. Is Vibs going to be there? Takes out Ziz. Has the chance. Knocks this one high. Ozzy missing a chance for Viz. Once again off the backboard. Is anyone going to be there? Dibble's not there yet. Bouncing to the ceiling. Ever so threatening. Ziz missing the ball. Ozzy able to get the clear long. Vibs is at the end of it. Manages to pop it over to. Trying to get the ball behind Ziz, but once again is there. Dibble does have a chance for the shot straight at Strike in net. An easy save for him. Ziz knocking the ball to the other side of the pitch. Managed to pop it over one. A chance for Ozzy now, but blocked away by Postler. The player that I questioned so early on that needed to step up. Has time and the ball. Pops it away. Opts to go for the boost. Is Dibble going to be there in time? Gets the 50-50. Ball rolling up the wall. Does get pinched away, and the pressure. This is just such an intense game.
Oh, absolutely. The overtime, everything at stake is just piling up. And the longer we go on, the higher the intensity level that we are going to see from both of these teams. Pluton, with everything on the line, that rematch against the Icicle. If they win here, they avoid Champions Field. They avoid that dreaded Game 5. On the other hand, you have Obscurity that they want to have that chance at a Game 5. They want to go to Champions Field to maybe have a shot at the grand finals for that champion title in the Prospect here series at RSC EU10. But still, it stays even among both sides. Vibs trying to go for it, but denied by Ziz. The MVP for Pluton has been staying strong, and you said it earlier. For example, we had Postler with the slower start to the series. We also had Strike and Ozzy. But right now, everyone is playing at such a high level. It is either going to be the biggest of blunders or the most massive outplay that is going to clutch it up in this series. There is a miss from the defense, or is it a miss though? Postler is going to get to it. Vibs tries to go for it, not contact found. But the defense holds strong. No attacker was there for Pluton. Now Postler trying to go for it. Has gotten 2 saves and 2 shots as well as an assist, leading the way in that defense for Obscurity, but now trying to be the hero in overtime. Strike trying to live up to their name. Only 1 save and 1 demolition to their name. They could strike gold, and here's Ziz, our MVP for Pluton, sorry, and is going to find the shot. No, it's not. Maybe that pinch. Is it going to go into the net? No, into the crossbar. Dibble gets a rebound. Oh, Dibble is going to miss it. And now Ozzy puts it up into the midfield. Who's back for the rotation? Maybe that touch. No, it's not going to be catastrophic quite yet. Vibs is going to find it there. But that was danger on both sides of the field. Very, very fast.
Ooh. 4 minutes into overtime, and it could not be more pressured. Ozzy to the crossbar. Will there be someone to pull up? Ziz isn't there in time. Strikeout's not there either. Vibs able to clear the ball. Ziz over the defense. Strike going for the shot. Oh, you said the biggest of blunders. The biggest of blunders go through. And Pluton and Ziz find themselves looking in the eyes of Icicle in the grand final. We will be seeing a rematch, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. Hey, don't say I didn't say it. You got the prediction right, but the other way around. Pluton in 3-1 fashion with Obscurity winning game number 2. You can see there, funny number from both Dibble and Dibble. Apparently we have the repeated stats on that side for Obscurity. Might have been some problems, you know, when players leave the lobby, etc., etc. It's never pleasant to lose a game like that in overtime, as you said. Quite a big miss. Unfortunately, quite a big blunder from the defense. Very crucial job as well from Strike, pretending to go up in the air for that one. And not just pretending, because, I mean, if that ball makes contact with Strike, it is almost certainly redirected into the net, and there is no way anyone is stopping that redirect. But as it turns out, it just ended up being a fake that absolutely sent Dibble off the rails. Ziz credited with a goal. Just to add on to that MVP tally. And Pluton, as you said, moving on to face Icicle in the grand finals. GG's to Obscurity. They did an absolutely fantastic job, and they're going to finish third here at RSC EU10 playoffs for the Prospect Series.
And if I was Obscurity, I wouldn't be angry about that. They played brilliant. They started in play-ins round 2. They went all the way. Obviously, with the seeding issues, with I believe it was Alta having to drop out. They did get put up into the uppers, where they went Game 5 with Pluton. They beat Limousin 3-1 as well. They dropped down, but they kept their run going. They beat Terra 3-1. They beat Jabatis 3-2. And considering from where they started, having to play so many series today compared to Pluton, who have only played 3, they put up a great fight. And considering they were 4th in league play, finishing 3rd in the league overall has to be a brilliant result for them. It's obviously going to be sad for them. They weren't able to take it to Game 5, and they didn't have that shot at going to the final. But still, an absolute brilliantly well-played series coming out from them. And we do get a rematch in the grand final, so I'm very excited for that.
Oh, it's gonna be so exciting. It's gonna be an absolute banger once again. Icicle against Pluton, the two best teams here in the prospect tier of RSC10. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back after this break with some great action. Will there be a bracket reset? Will we have a sweep? Who will be crowned champion? Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it right after this break.
leave and get away. Get away, get away. Forget the whole world and run away. Run away, run away. We'll make our own rules and run away. Run away, run away. Do you think you could be my little runaway? Run away, run away. I say we just leave and get away. Get away, get away. Forget the whole world and run away. Run away, run away. We'll make our own rules and run away. Run away, run away. Could you be, could you be, could you be, could you be? Be my little runaway. Yeah, yeah. Be my little runaway. Yeah, 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 yeah. It was out there, looking at the landscape, and I gazed lost by holes his beauty, and I look at them happy to see this, and I look at them be cool, even bitter.
Y'all ready for this?
It was out there, looking at the landscape, and I gazed lost by holes his beauty, and I look at them happy to see this, and I look at them be cool, even bitter.
Y'all ready for this?
Look at them happy.
Hello and welcome. We do have the final game of the series. We do have the grand final between Icicle and Pluton. Two teams we've seen battle out earlier in the upper final. And ladies and gentlemen, it is finally that time. It's once again myself, Dispatch, and I'm joined by a new face, Spooks. Welcome to the casting booth.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be joining this absolute amazing finals together with you, Dispatch.
And yeah, it is my first time, so be gentle. It'll be a very good series. No. I'm excited for it. Where do you see this one going? Because I don't know if you've seen these teams, but as I said, we did see Icicle deny reverse sweep from Pluton earlier. It should be very interesting.
I watched this a tiny bit later on, because this is of course a rematch, and as you can see in the playoffs, as we're slowly getting everything, slowly looking at this. Look at that, beautiful. If you have to go a bit of like what is predictions and stuff like that, I mean, we've seen this two teams play together already, and they look both amazing. Generally, I haven't been looking fully, but I've been looking here and there. They have both been looking really, really good in my opinion. Yeah,
no, they look brilliant, and from Pluton, I'm looking at Ziz. He looks like the absolute MVP of prospects so far. But at Icicle, we do have Jay Kuziak and also Phoenix, who have looked brilliant. And Oldie, who is a player that I was highlighting so much earlier. Fell off near the end, but we've seen brilliant signs from them. The entire team of Icicle look very united playing together. They look like they can do really well as individual players. They can carry games alone. They're a team that look very poised to take this series. But for Pluton, we saw them take them all the way. They weren't able to go there, but maybe with a bit more confidence after that 3-1 win. They will have to win not once, but twice by getting the bracket reset in 7 games, because we are at best of 7s for the first time this season. It's a difficult task for Pluton.
It's going to be a long one. Of course, you have to imagine that, of course, both these teams, they haven't played the full bracket. But still, for Pluton, they have played more matches than Icicle have. Of course, 2 best of 5s. And then going to game 4 against a very strong Obscurity. It hasn't been easy for Pluton, so you're maybe gonna see a bit of that fatigue coming through right now. And when it comes to these final stages, and then also having to be forced through 2 best of 7s to take the dub here, it's gonna be a very uphill battle for Pluton.
Yes, uphill indeed. They'll be fighting against all of the elements, and we've already seen the stats for these teams. I mean, across the board, I believe we did have Jay Kuziak, Phoenix, and Oldie all having very strong stats for their side on Icicle. I believe 2 of them having 1 goal per game. I believe 50% goal participation between all of them, which was a crazy stat to have. But one thing for me to consider here is we didn't see much of it earlier, but Pluton had 220 demos to an Icicle 100. They've looked so deadly, but we haven't seen anything that aggressive from them yet. We haven't seen a playstyle change up, but they've managed to find their way to the grand finals. I'm questioning if we will be able to see more aggressive play. Because if you want to lock down a team like Icicle, you need to bring some force.
You need to bring some force, and you need to get yourself ready. Full guns blazing. It is the finals coming up. Icicle in blue, Pluton in orange. And the best of 7, maybe the first, maybe we'll see another one, getting underway.
And as we finally enter the first game of what is bound to be a very long and very entertaining series, Pluton trying to get forward here, trying to get the front foot in this series is Ziz, the player that everything is going to come down to in my mind. Managed to pinch the ball out to Strike. Strike taking it to the heavens. Maybe he transfer a double tap, misses the shot. Is Ozzy going to be there? Down off the bar. Strike has not looked very mechanical so far, but what an absolute showcase. 1 touch, unlucky with the double, but Ozzy sniping that one off the bar and giving Pluton the lead.
I spoke a bit about fatigue in Pluton, but I also have to speak about something else. Pluton is warmed up. They have played before this match, so of course they're going to be ready to get going. And this is gets the ball high for Ozzy, looking for maybe another pass right down. But the ball not getting past the defender. Still stuck in this blue half. Really a good opening section coming out from Pluton so far.
Strike trying to get another shot on net. Phoenix gets sniped out the air of Oldie. What did we just witness there? That was definitely not coordinated, but it did look brilliant Jay Kuziak does get a demo. Phoenix missing the ball very uncharacteristically. Oldie, a shot to the back post. Ozzy reaching to the heavens to clear that. Manages to get the full clear over to the halfway line. Jay Kuziak flipping it over one, trying to take the ball up the wall, but Strike is there. Managed to get one touch, managed to get it down even further. Gets the bump on Phoenix. 2 players committing to relieve the pressure, but uh-oh, what is this coming forward? Ziz unable to make contact as 2 players commit from Icicle. Chance for a counterattack, but so back and forth so far.
It's a good shot from Zeiss, but it's not on target. Strike going high, taking it slow, taking it easy, almost blocks out, but actually gets the dunk on target. Phoenix, though, in time. And the demo coming out from Aussie, and that's something I really want to see from both of these teams. I want to see some demos coming out, some aggression, really get things going. Don't think it's easy. Don't think just letting people live and live their life is going to get you this win. You need to get down and dirty to take this victory. You need to get some demos in.
And yeah, something that I want to see from Pluton is those demos, but they haven't needed it so far. We do reach the 3-minute mark in this first game. They have not needed that aggression because everything they're doing mechanically on the ball has been enough. I mean, there's a 6-shot difference and a 5-save difference for these teams. And that difference being there because of the goal. Not even across the board, but this Pluton side have been so aggressive without having to be physical as well. Just looks so strong on the ball and Strike. The player who missed the double tap earlier might have a chance for another. This one bounces low, trying to get it to the top right corner. Not there. Oldie falling off of the ball. So many players from Icicle just falling onto the ball from the heavens.
Coming straight on down, but they haven't found a chance at net really yet. You say they only have one shot. That shot was not even that hard to deal with anyway. It hasn't looked good so far for Icicle. They still have to really find anything to break out of their own half. A demo coming out from Aussie once again, meaning that the offensive pressure that you could maybe build, maybe get a counter, it doesn't work. As Phoenix has an opportunity to set up his team, misses the ball right there, and the clear does come out. Zeiss misses the ball right there, but it may actually be for the better. A Strike has a shot on net, I would like to say, but sadly enough misses the target, and it got saved anyway. Wouldn't have mattered much anyway in this regard. Strike hitting it back, Aussie. Looking for that pass into the middle. Can't find it himself. Zeiss keeping that pressure. That third man from Pluton. It is so good to see for a team, for people at this level, to know this well how to position yourself as third man. It is beautiful to watch.
Oh, and it's so evident this is the highest level that Prospect has to offer. As I said earlier, these 2 teams are the strongest in their division. And Strike, off of the ceiling, has not been so involved for Pluton in any of the other series, but looking to be the absolute deciding factor in the grand final.
That one is going into the books. I don't know about you, but that one is going into the books as a really good shot.
Yep.
Zeiss, looking to continue the offensive pressure that Pluton has had so far. And still, I keep reminding you, 1 shot. That's it for Icicle. They have not been able to break free. Maybe they get a second right here, but Phoenix, the ball just gets blocked by Zeiss. A good demo. This may open up some space. The shot is there, and it's on target. Only the second one to their name, but it's a goal at last.
Stuck on defense for so long in game 1. Jay Kuziak already has 2 saves to his name, which is the joint least on his team, which just proves how much they've been under the Pluton pressure. Icicle able with just a minute left in this game. Signs of life so far. Ziz will have something to say about it. Oldie immediately cutting out the play. Strike does have time on the backboard, gets one pop up, trying to get the ball cleared, does flip into it, gets it cleared to the other half of the pitch. Playing time, our Icicle looking so ever composed, but poor clear, and there's 3 players acting like the defense here for Pluton. I thought that was a blue player in the orange half because the positioning for Pluton, Strike and Aussie, pretty much in their backline. It's just open for Ziz just to roll the ball in and give them a third.
I love looking at Aussie right there. He's just like, he drives up there, notices that the ball is coming straight at him and the team is following up. And he's just like, nope, 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 nope. Tries to get out of the way as quick as possible. It's beautiful to watch. Aussie once again hitting it up in the air. Phoenix blocking it off. But it's right into the hands of Zeiss. A good booming clear coming out. Aussie looking for the shot, but the pass is there. Zeiss gets it to his name.
Backboard reads are just cursed for this side. Very close from Aussie, but Zeiss is there. A goal for everyone on the Pluton side. I did forget to say, when Zeiss was able to pick up a goal. Very well-rounded roster. They haven't really needed to be on the defense. Only one save for them. And only 2 shots coming out from Icicle. One being the goal, one being where that save has been sourced from. Pluton, they're looking so confident. This is insane. If you told me after that Game 5 that we witnessed in the upper final, Pluton would come in and win 4-1 with what looks like absolute ease, I would not believe you, because Pluton looked like an absolutely different team than they did earlier.
They definitely do, and we just let the seconds count on down, and it's 0. The people are just keeping up. Maybe a second one coming out. This one hits the ground, though. So, no second goal, but I don't think any of these teams can care anymore about that goal. It's a 4-1 victory so far for Pluton. That is a good opener. That is a good showcase to be like, yep, we are here to play. We are here to go through this. Go through it all and take that victory. We are ready. We are warmed up. I mean, how could you not? Let's not forget, the game they've had before here was not easy at all.
No. Definitely not. With Obscurity, they look like they could have maybe taken them to Game 5, but the issue that Pluton surprisingly had in Game 5 against Icicle was that they played it really safe. They banged the ball long, they never took time. When we've seen Pluton take their time, we've seen beautiful mechanical showcase coming out, especially from Strike, who's looked brilliant. I think that if Pluton are able to replicate this style of play, they are in a shot of a bracket reset, and it might be a pretty fast route to be there. Icicle, if they warm up, they can challenge this Pluton side and give us one of the most entertaining series the Prospect tier has ever seen. So right now, it is a question of if Icicle can get back in this.
I think they can, definitely can, but for Icicle, it's really been a problem of rotations. It's quite simple. You guys have been over on the same position too often, getting caught off guard because of that. And it lets Pluton do their playstyle, do their thing, and just walk away with this. It really has just been that difference. The rotations have been the difference. The mechanics have been on par so far, but Zeiss maybe looking to change that right now. A double commit does come out. Oldie keeps it going forward. Nothing, no boost in the tank to really get anything out of it. And you see it again. That's what I mean with rotations.
Oh.
The first person for Pluton doesn't get the ball. Boom. Second man is there.
Oh,
no,
talking
please,
about
not right when I
booming
say
the
it.
second man? Talking about booming the second man? What was that coming out from Pluton in the defense? Strike's like, I want this ball, and then decides he's not going to go for it. I want to know what's going on in their comms there. I very much want to know what's going on in their comms.
Aussie hit the ball. That was the problem. I said when they miss, there's a second man. But he didn't miss. He hit the ball, and that was the problem, clearly.
Yep, clearly. Oh, that one's got to hurt, but
yeah,
they nearly get a counter-attack here. Unfortunate to not get something going. Aussie sending the ball into the corner, but Zeiss does have time on the ball now. Pops the ball into the center. Strike is not there, but managed to get a 50 with Oldie. Jay Kuziak does have time. Decides to bump his teammate one more time for good measure. Managing to bump everyone in his roster. Misses the ball in the corner. Jay Kuziak to carry it over. Aussie stretching to clear the ball. Says does have time to knock this one into the corner. Jay Kuziak to try keep pressure. Managed to get a low 50-50, but Aussie is on the ball now. Pops it over one. Tries to take it to the ceiling. Trying to get the 50 with Oldie is just not fast enough. Strike. The player who looked great last game, but has definitely been the woe of the team in the second game with all the team bumps. Was trying to get something going there, but Aussie's on the ball. Trying to go for the musty flick. Gets a very awkward touch on the ball instead. Strike left as last man. Pops his ball into the center. Is going to get there in time. Managed to beat out both the oncoming defenders. Naziz tries to get pressure. It just misses the ball. Back and forth so far, but mistakes coming out so much from Pluton. It's just been so uncharacteristic of them.
It can really be the nerves right now, knowing that, oh yeah, we won game 1 like that. We can actually do this. We are capable of getting the victories right here and win it all. It can get on their nerves, but Aussie trying to maybe change that a bit right now. Gets it onto the backboard. It's wide on open, but no one there to finish off the shot. And a miss coming out from Jay Kuziak. A miss coming out right there and no one to capitalize on it. It really seems like Pluton is getting nervous.
I think both teams are nervous because Phoenix is a bit too far forward. And Pluton, the nerves do shatter, but I think Icicle are looking way more nervous. Pluton definitely whiffing a lot, and the team bumps being very prevalent in game 2. but both sides just making just not very common mistakes. We haven't seen anything like this from them. But when everything's on the line, the mentality does shift. And considering that Pluton are already 1-0 up in the series, they do have that advantage over Icicle. Icicle, after being 1 goal up in this game, are now drawing. Pinch going across, nearly bringing them up 1 more. Icicle really having to fight back right now.
To be honest, this match, I'm just not gonna talk anymore, because every time I talk and I say something complimentary about someone or something else, it's just the worst thing happens. Here you see it almost happens again. This time a good pass and play. Getting blocked in time, though, is back into the middle, needs to be... Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna talk anymore this match. Every time I say something, I complimented him on the block, and then this happens. I don't know anymore.
Oh, you say this is his name and he turns it into his own net. You couldn't write a better script if you tried, could you? Oh my. A very entertaining game all the way around as Phoenix picks up his hat-trick, sending the ball to the back post. No one there to curse that shot. Good read off of the corner. Strike is just awkward and unable to get to it. Phoenix, 467 points, 3 goals in 4 shots, telling us that even though it's 1-0 down for them in the series, to not count them out.
I'm scared to speak. Honestly, this match, I'm so scared to speak right now.
It's fine.
But
It's
I
fine.
must.
It's fine.
It is my job. Only hitting it up high, looking for a second touch, maybe gets it all by himself, but zero boost is always gonna be hard. A bit of a team coming out, but not being punished just yet. Good ball forward, Aussie. A good shot on target, just a bit too wide, and Oldie would have had it anyway. But now you need to be careful. Oldie gets a free ball, even with zero boost. It just happens right in front of him. A couple of whiffs coming out, and like you said before, it is not like Pluton to get these types of whiffs going.
Yeah, Icicle had that in the first game, but they're looking like a different team. I did say earlier in the series against Pluton in the upper final that Phoenix was definitely going to be a difference maker for this side. And with his 3 goals, it definitely has been so. Trying to add more to the tally, unable to find all the offer pass there. Managed to pop it up over 1. Jay Kuziak backflipping, a chance for Ziz to go forward. Will he be able to get the read? Aussie's up for it, bouncing off the backboard. Confident plays coming out from Pluton. There's nothing coming with Strike to the backboard. Will there be someone to follow up? Ziz is not there in time. It pops up high. Will have the beat on Oldie here. 50-50s and gives him the ball. Bouncing ever so dangerously, but it's just cleared away. Strike towards his own net. Ziz able to collect. Phoenix knocking in the corner where Aussie is waiting. Just giving up the ball immediately. Pluton, they're scared to have possession right now. They're playing the ball long whenever they can. Phoenix has just been dominating the pitch, and it's causing so many issues for them.
Icicle is loving this every single second, and as the seconds keep on ticking and ticking away, Oldie just wastes more time right here. It's still a clear, but it doesn't go anywhere. Last couple of seconds ticking down. Strike can't do much right here. It's a good clear coming out, but too little, too late. The 0 second is there. A 2-goal lead. It doesn't matter. This one doesn't even go in. Icicle taking game 2 here, and quite honestly, this patch, the one thing I was so complimentary on with Pluton, I haven't seen it anymore. The second man, I'm missing that second man, really. Where is it? Whenever there's an opportunity in offense, there's no second man anymore. It's like they're scared to push up.
The thing that's been happening a lot for this side is that Strike is playing a very deep role, and Ziz and Aussie are being relied upon to link up and go forward. When they aren't playing their best, which was obviously what happened in this game too, they didn't look as good as they did in game 1, where they were just pretty much freestyling on Icicle. But when Icicle got warmed up, things changed completely. Strike played very well in game 1 and was very strong. I think that is going to be the difference maker. I think Phoenix and Strike are definitely the decisive players, so to say, for both of these rosters. Things going wrong, but if Ziz and Aussie can sort themselves out in that first and second role, and Strike doesn't bump them away from it, I think they'll be fine and be able to get back into this.
Now, for people who know me and know how I've been casting and coaching and everything, you know I can be quite harsh. So I'm going to be a bit harsh right now to these two teams. Mainly to Pluton. Whenever a team is struggling to get that second man going, I have one little tip for them. Go. Simple. Just go. You can't be giving time. These people are at the level where you can't be giving time to them. If you give time to Phoenix, he's gonna get a solo play going. He's gonna get past you and eventually set something up for himself or for his team. You need to have the tech man going right there, right now. Zeiss needed to be there a bit sooner, but it's a good opening second of Strike now. Looking for that second touch. Not on target, but Pluton at least has some flames in their bellies right now.
And Pluton are gonna need that when they want to go forward, because Ziz trying to get a shot. This one bouncing up to the crossbar, but it doesn't. It finds its way in. A very good bump coming out there. What actually happened? Because Ziz gets the shot. Jay Kuziak does get bumped by Ozzy. Is that a redirect by the defender there that sends it into the net?
Yes. It was a redirect, and that's painful. But it is something for Pluton to get going again. This may be another opportunity. Maybe there's someone ready, but Phoenix, he's been looking so consistently dangerous. You need to be careful here, though. Phoenix onto the backward, but a beautiful demo coming out from Strike, forcing the enemies to return a tiny bit back to their own half. Not being able to set anything up. Ozzy can't do it himself either. Phoenix, once again, the speedy man, really impressing me. Ball onto the backward, but no one there to follow it up. Jay Kuziak keeping it stuck into the orange half. Pluton really struggling to get away, and the third man has to get involved.
Ozzy trying to get forward once again. Ziz to deny a shot coming out. Managed to get the double. Oldie and Phoenix not ready for it. Managed to pop it over both players. Has only 12 boost and a dream to try go forward here as Jay Kuziak taking this one off the wall. Maybe able to get another touch, but as Phoenix commits with him, Oldie is left as the last man. Knocks it over one, but Strike is there to pop it in the middle. Ziz unable to commit yet. Oldie still has time and control of the ball, but immediately rushed out by Ziz. Boost getting stolen away by Strike as well. As once again, we do see Pluton in the defense, but with the leading game 3, they're in a very good position so far. Ozzy to pop the ball backwards. Ziz does have time and clears it long to buy time for his team to get boost and get back into rotations. Playing the game very well so far. Are Pluton looking a lot more organized than they did in game 2.
Definitely. They are speeding things up a lot more. Not giving Icicle an easy shot or an easy opportunity to just relax and set themselves up. This time an overcommitment, but an overcommitment is not bad as long as you get the ball gone. This one is indeed gone. And Dispatch, I figured something out. I think I know why both these teams are struggling a tiny bit. You want to know why?
Why?
Neither are using the Honda Civic.
True.
Simple.
If we had that underglow, this match would be so much more interesting. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah, you now understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, we did see a Honda Civic earlier, actually. I believe we did see a Honda Civic in prospects, in play-ins, so my prediction is going to be to bring that back. But it's Phoenix trying to bring his team back into the game. A shot on net. Ozzy able to deflect. And Jay Kuziak left alone as Oldie commits. Orc on the backward has boost, misses the ball. There's no one going to be there yet for Pluton to capitalize. Oldie rushing in, bailing out his teammate. Ozzy taking this one high, missing. But Phoenix managing to get a block to prevent Ozzy, who maybe could have had a shot there. Ziz trying to get the ball center. 50-50s it with Phoenix. Left away into the midfield, but Ozzy is there to collect. Try and knock this one to the backboard. Just too low, not enough power. Oldie able to deflect, and Icicle. They're looking better, and after taking that game 2, they look like a more comprehensible team as Oldie sniping the top of the net as a play from Pluton rushes in. Mid-range goal coming out for Icicle when there's 1:46 left on the clock. Icicle not done yet in game 3.
A simple punish goal. Nothing special about it. He just was quicker to the challenge, did not allow the passing play to happen, and gets that goal to his name. But Ozzy trying to bring it back right away, can't find the double. It was a hard angle to create anyway. But it does mean that the offense is back into the hands of Pluton. They have to be careful though. This ball goes up into the air. Who's gonna be quicker? It's Oldie once again. Ozzy in an awkward position, gets the save, but it's not safe just yet. Oldie leaving it to Phoenix. Phoenix trying to get it past. And Jay Kuziak caught out a bit too far forward.
Ziz taking this ball high, trying to get a dunk down, baiting out Zay Kuziak, but Phoenix getting beaten out by Ozzy in the midfield. Oldie, as a last man, managed to get a good clear. Ziz is on the end of it, pops the ball high. Will there be a teammate of his to get on the end of this? No. Ozzy opting to go for the bump, and a 2v2 coming in. Ozzy getting a bump, but also getting a piece of the ball as Jay Kuziak tries to go forward. No one from the Icicle side to be on the end of this. Is Strike able to get a pinch out? off of the ground to the wall. Ziz up for the ball. Just narrow margins as Phoenix is there ahead. Has time on the ball now, but Aldi double committing as well. Jacuzzi left as last man. A good dunk comes out from Ziz, and that's an open net for Aussie. Horrible communication from Icicle there, costing them in the dying seconds of this game.
What a beautiful dunk by Size, though. Let's be honest here. We can of course talk about the double commit, but we can also talk about the absolute insane dunk coming out from Size. Getting his team back into the lead, and with only 40 seconds left, it was very critical to get it that early on. Also looking for maybe another setup once again. A double commit coming out as well. Demo as well, but Strike tried a bit too much right there. Maybe should have stayed onto the ground, and now they're back in defense. Have to be careful. Aussie to the side. For the control, looking for that patient, trying to run down the clock. Does not want this to continue. Goldie though. Good clear coming out. Zeiss still keeping it stuck. Are we gonna see it again from Pluton, where they just make you not be able to get out of your own defense? Strike really trying to waste time right now as the ball drops on down. Aussie can get one more to his name. A 3-1 victory for Pluton.
Pluton looking just as dominant as they did in game 1. A brilliant 0-second goal from Aussie is popping off the post and taking another, padding the stats, putting himself up to 521 points and taking the MVP for his side. Very good game from Pluton there, and it's been so back and forth. Signs of life from Icicle after taking game 2. Once again, the difference makers of Strike and Phoenix being there. Phoenix not as prevalent as he was in that game 2 with all the goals he was able to grab for his side. Only the 3 shots to his name and 2 saves. Definitely been the defensive presence for Icicle, but just nothing yet on the offense.
It has really been a struggle to get those solidified shots, and that is always going to be hard, but I have to give credit where credit is due. Pluton has done an amazing job to recover, making sure that their defense is a bit more solidified. They are ready for each other. That always helps to just get your team back going again, and they really needed this victory, because quite honestly, this match, I think if Icicle won this one, I think we would have just seen 4 games in a row wins for Icicle, and they would have been done with it.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but as we do look to the future now, we do move to DFH Stadium and Game 4. As we said, Pluton do need a reverse sweep in this series. It's not as simple as winning this first best of 7, and they're not on match point yet. There is still definitely time for Ice Cold to get there before Pluton do. They will need 2 series on the bounce, but for Pluton now, 2-1 up. They're in a very good position to take at least this first series, but always got to consider, if Icicle's mentality is good and they do get bracket reset, hopefully they'll be able to go in the next one and give us a more entertaining set of games. Because we've seen what they're capable of, and in Game 4, they've got to show us more.
Size trying to open us up once again quite early on. It's Aussie with the follow-up at Phoenix. What a beautiful dunk, but what a good save from Size. Meaning that they are still at 0-0 in this early moment. Jakusiak back into the middle. Phoenix is there to the shoot. A beautiful shot and a pass from Jakusiak, meaning a 1-0 lead for Icicle.
And we needed to see them get back into it, and a beautiful redirect by Phoenix. Aussie has been famous for his goal line saves so far this playoffs, but just unable to reach the ball in time. 19 seconds in, we already see Icicle on the board. They really need to get aggressive early on and take a lead, and they've got to hold it, because if there's anyone on this field that's going to be able to take it away from them so fast, it is Ziz. If anyone in Prospect is gonna, it's definitely that man. There's 3 players flipping at the same time. 4 Puchon try to get the ball cleared. Aussie getting a 50 with Aldi after the boost is stolen. Jakuziak knocking the ball into the center. Has a one-on-one, has no boost. Hops it early, and Strike just ever so patient. Managed to get the clear away. Aussie has time, able to get the pop down after beating Aldi. Phoenix left as the last man, awkward. Aussie missing. Phoenix is not phased by the unintentional fake. Strike and Aldi racing for the ball. Aldi has a chance for his team here to get the ball middle, slows it down, tries to pop it across. Ziz is there. Phoenix, once again, trying to get his team forward. He's been doing everything for his roster so far this series. Tries to get the pass middle for Aldi. Who other than Ziz to block it away? Very back and forth so far. Somehow no shots from Pluton, but they've still been quite aggressive.
There are are being quite aggressive. They just need to get that shot on target, get those passing plays going, and keep each other going. Strike is trying his best right here. It's a good pass to Size. The shot was there.
Hey.
But so is Jakuziak, meaning that the save will keep this 1-0 lead. Size once again trying to set each other up. Phoenix fucking it off. Phoenix really doing a good job with the double commit. Is gonna leave some space open. Aussie trying to thread the needle, but it couldn't be found.
Strike does have time on the ball here, but no boost to do anything with it. Ziz going for this. Aussie for it as well. Up to the top left corner. Nothing yet, and Strike has no boost. Opts to leave this. Decides to dive in very last second. Lucky for the ball not to fly in his net. Aldi trying to clear the ball long. Managed to find Jakuziak. A very solid touch to the backboard. Trying to get the ball across the middle. Phoenix is there. 50-50 with Ziz. Works out in Pluton's favor. Aussie getting the ball forward now. Jakuziak as the last man. Misses the ball on the backboard. Decides to take this one low. Get to the back post. And Strike, the difference maker for Pluton, is always there when they need to bring them back into it. And as we do see, nearly half the game left now, we are level.
He does his name really well right there. Strike, striking the net, putting it out of place for the defenders. That's the important part. Really just finding the one spot where the defenders could not come to and getting that goal. Meaning to do it once again, but the control not looking too good right there. Size, maybe he can do it with a 50. Means that the ball is stuck in the corner. Another opportunity presenting itself for Aussie, but Phoenix an easy save right there. The pot shots are going to be defended. You need to get something a bit more creative. Leaving the ball is creative, but not what I thought was going to be happening. Aldi almost working that out.
Ziz trying to find Aussie in the midfield here, but just popped a little bit too far behind. Aussie laying off a strike, a shot on net, 2 players going. With Jakuziak picking up his 3rd save of the game and a Savior medal. 5 saves on the side of Icicle and only 2 on Pluton. Pluton, who were being dominated for a very long time. I remember saying that they didn't have a shot to their name. Well, Icicle have not had one since then, and I believe that was around 2 minutes ago. Icicle have been shut out very recently. Ziz trying to get the read off the backboard. Will he reach it? Knocks it down! Ooh, what a tight angle. What a goal that could have been. Seeing so much mechanical plays coming out from Pluton on the offensive end. Phoenix trying to play the ball, but Ziz is always going to be up for it. No one to contest from Pluton's Jakuziak. The nerves hitting a little bit there, missing the ball. Strike able to get a demo on Aldi. Aussie does have time, knocks this one long, trying to get it over Phoenix. Everyone missing, but Jakuziak able to get a backflip. Ziz, awkward touch over. Aussie to try to rush in, but Strike, left as the last man, has everything to do here.
No.
Oh. A heavy touch gives it away. A free goal for Jakuziak, and that one's gotta hurt.
Trying to do a bit too much. It is a fault that we are all to blame for. We have all been there. We've all done something alike. Thinking in our head, oh, this is gonna be beautiful, but then it not working out. But Aussie almost figuring it out all by himself.
Ooh.
It doesn't work
Strike
out.
trying to get a shot
trying a shot once again. It was almost a beautiful kickoff going in the way of Icicle, but it's still in the hands of Aussie going up in a beautiful setting. Neither can get to the ball size, not the shot you would want. And it means that Pluton still have to search for their 2nd goal to tie it back up, to get back into this 4th game.
Jakuziak knocking the ball long, and who else but Phoenix to be there on the offensive end. Aussie trying to find Strike, trying to pinch into his own net! Oh no! It couldn't be worse for Pluton. Oh my, what has happened there? Both players just go. There's nothing Ziz can do there. I feel bad for him because that shuts Pluton out of this game. It's so unlikely they manage to get back into this one, and Icicle will be looking to take the series level.
I know only Sauce can see it, but I'm currently saluting. Oh my goodness! That is a way to get back into the game, though. My salute is gone. I don't know what you're talking about, but I know what I'm talking about here, though. Strike, beautiful demo slice. A perfect example of a good team play.
I won't lie to you, this weekend and throughout all my time of casting, which has been numerous occasions throughout the start of playoffs, I have not seen a team come back to a goal deficit in the dying moments. And I think if anyone can do it, it's Pluton. They have 16 seconds left. I said it was improbable. As soon as they got that first goal, it has reignited the hope in me and hopefully the hope in them. But Jakuziak trying to add a 4th to the tally. It's going to be so challenging for Pluton to get the ball forward with minimal boost. Oldie popping the ball up, just killing it.
Smart.
Playing that ever so
Smart.
perfectly, and Icicle taking it level. 2-2 in the series now. This is as close as I hoped it would be.
Everyone was always like, oh yeah, keep the ball up, it's 30 seconds, it's one of the rules. No, not in the finals. Not in the grand finals.
no.
If you're ahead, you hit that ball down. Because quite honestly, if you keep that ball up, it would not surprise me to see Pluton get a goal and make it 3-3.
Yeah. And Aussie on 154 points there. 1 assist in 3 shots. Not doing too much. And we did say that Aussie and Ziz definitely being the offensive players for Pluton will be needing to do a lot to keep them in this. Because we do get to 2-2 in the series. Not much point yet. Very happy to have best of 7s here. I think this could go the different distance. I don't know where it's going to go because this game, there hasn't been a game where I've thought, oh, this could go either way. This is going to go overtime. This is going to go wherever. We saw it in the lower final. We saw our first overtime. Every game's just been dominant by one team.
I think it's a bit of the example that happens a lot with these rank of players. That normally if you get that goal lead, or those 2 goal leads especially, it is normally quite done. It is... Yeah. These players are good enough to defend. It is that level of offense that they still need to work on to get to that next step. Of course, in this case, the next step would be Challenger. That is the next step for them. Getting that consistent offense to be able to get those shots on target and do what you want. Because the defense has been looking quite good, to be honest. Especially, like I've hinted at before, the follow-ups. Knowing when someone is missing and being there to help them out. Strike, trying to get a good pass to Size right here. And it does work out. They get onto the offense, a ball into the middle. And exactly what I mean. A ball, not the best one, gets into the middle. Boom, right away someone is there to help them out. That is the level of defense that you have to deal with. And that is still something you have to try and figure out, but a doink almost going in.
And this is what we see when we get the best 2 teams in Prospect. I've reiterated this a few times, but we did ask captains who they were fearing going into these games. And both these teams obviously listed each other. Who else would have thought that this would happen? Not only them, but it was pretty evident from the way these teams were playing when it was in the upper final that we would be seeing Pluton facing Icicle once again. And as you said, it's very rare that we do see comebacks. It is usually very indicative with the first goal of the game who's going to win, unlike in other tiers, because as you said, the offense isn't there. We have seen a lot of very good defense. This is the top of Prospect. We've seen the best that there is to offer. It's been a brilliant showcase so far.
Definitely. When you said when managers were asked who do they fear, I was for a bit scared that you were going to say Danny Boy, because I think almost every team, every player in every league fears Danny Boy. Don't you worry, he's still going to be here this weekend, so enjoy that. But no, it's generally fair. These 2 are just showcasing why they are at the top of this league. Simple as that. They are currently just the best teams. They're playing the best Rocket League. And they're looking really good at it. A beautiful touch right there by Jakuziak. Maybe he can set something up for a solo play. Almost getting it past. But of course, 3 defenders, it's not easy.
As Phoenix has boost, has time, able to pop it over 1, but Ziz, solid as ever, ready to clear the ball out. Aussie has the ball to the ceiling, managed to get the ceiling shot towards net, managed to get the dunk down off of Phoenix. That didn't look heavily intentional, but regardless, a beautiful play from Aussie. Dancing up to the ceiling, managed to get the flip out, does aim to get the dunk, and what a beautiful goal from Aussie.
I mean, quite honestly, you can't win without a bit of luck. It is maybe not fully intentional, but he did put his car where it needed to be. And that's how you get those goals.
100%.
Oh, it is painful though. As a defender, it is quite painful, but you have to deal with it. It's a 1-0 lead for Pluton. Back to the drawing board you go.
And for Pluton now, it's a great situation to be in. Spooks, I think.
Welcome to the club, Dispatch.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
It feels pretty bad. I feel for you earlier now. That's not great timing for me there, but Icicle and Phoenix getting themselves on the board in this game 5. Winning of this will put themselves on match point for the best of 7, so it's very crucial that Pluton put themselves there if they want even a chance of getting the bracket reset. But if anyone has anything to say about it, it's definitely going to be Phoenix.
Just saw someone put in chat, just mute the casters because they will curse everything. Yes. That is why we're here. I think it's a good solution. But I mean, you can also enjoy us just cursing everyone and just you will never have an idea who's gonna win. Not even we do. We don't have control over these powers. We seriously don't. Okay, all the beautiful shot on power. And you wanna know the worst part, Dispatch? This is not the first time I've seen Aldi hit one of these. This is now, I believe, the second or third time he's hit one of these and just punishes a bad touch.
It's always from the left side of the pitch as well. On the wall, just at that angle. It's always there. He's always ready for it. But Jay Kuziak ready for that. But Ziz is there and prepared to pick up a Savior medal. We've seen a lot more defense from Pluton than we've seen in any other game. With all players miss except for Aussie. Jay Kuziak taking this one slow, but tries to take it high. Managed to get a dunk back. Says, you can dunk from the ceiling. I'll dunk from the ground. But my goal gives us the lead. Icicle just extending that further and further. Brilliant by Jay Kuziak. Icicle looking very much revived in this game 5.
Hi, welcome to Prospect. If you want to win, learn to dunk. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Learn how to dunk, because, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. The dunks are just being so incredibly painful. Phoenix right now, a good passing play. And Icicle, they are warming up and getting stronger and stronger. And for Pluton, you need to stop it. You need to make a stop at it right now. You can't let Icicle ramp up like this.
That was beautifully played by Jay Kuziak. Aussie rushed in. Instead of diving into the ball where Aussie would have been able to get a hit, he just takes his time a little bit, not really a fake, but he just waits behind the ball for a little bit, waits for his opportunity, and a brilliant infill pass to Phoenix. We don't see much of that in this tier, I'll tell you that. But when you do see it, it is usually done very, very well. Ziz having to deny a shot from the Icicle side once again. Ziz trying to get some pressure, but this one will just find its way into the net. Ziz managing to get a goal after leading his team in points very heavily. This just bounces over Aldi, just stretching and not able to get there. We spoke about it being pretty mathematically impossible to get 2 goals back in this tier and how unlikely it is, but with 1:14 left, we will need to see the very fast Pluton goal, because the rate that goals come in, this is going to be difficult if Pluton want to take themselves to match point.
It does. I mean, we've all been there in the backflip situation. Been there, done that. Move on for now. It's still 2 goals. You're still 2 goals up. It's all fine and dandy. But Aussie, look to make it just 1 goal up. You have to be careful though. That's not the best touch to get it away. Zeiss and Strike both jumping at it though. Need to be careful. This ball back into the middle. Not what Aussie wanted for himself. Going to the side right now. Maybe a big bang. Boom. Going from the ceiling. Can he do it all by himself? Almost gets the hit. But he didn't get power from it. But Ziz there to help him out. Straight in front of the net. This must go in. Strike. He misses the ball. He's been so good so far. And the one chance he needed to score, it goes missing. Of course, it goes all the way across the field.
He didn't even get cursed. He just missed entirely. And it costs him in the defense. Phoenix picking up a hat-trick, and Strike definitely falling down. Oh, that was painful. That was so painful.
I have a tear in my eye right now, Dispatch. I don't know about you.
Oh no, what's going on?
I have more tears in my eyes right now, but for different reasons.
Oh, well.
How do we go from almost seeing an insane shot, an insane, like how do we go from this to seeing 4 people with the ball? The wonders of Prospect, people.
Magic of the Prospect tier. Icicle clearly and convincingly taking game 5. And Icicle, they don't need a bracket reset. They can take this in the next game, and they still have 1 life after that. 3-2 in this series to Icicle. And Strike just not showing up when needed. He could have brought his team back into it then. The 5th goal was because of his miss. He was left on the backboard and did whiff once again. So Strike being the difference maker again. 96 points to Ziz is 626. 4 saves and 1 goal for Ziz, doing everything again for this side. You've got to question, we've seen Strike at his best. If Strike turns up for these last 2 games, we could see Pluton get the bracket reset, but they need to be doing it convincingly, because Icicle look brilliant.
And as we are going underway for game 6, Icicle of course on match point. I want everyone with me. Raven, breathe out. You're gonna need it, because it's gonna be a wild one. We are not capable of predicting what is going on. We're gonna be moving on, though, to Farmstead. Let's get this underway. Is Icicle gonna finish it off right here? Or is Pluton gonna crawl themselves back up?
My question is, are we going to go to Champions Field? I believe that's going to be the question on Icicle's mind right now. Or will they just straight out win it? It's Phoenix trying to get forward early, but Ziz to deny. We are only in the first 10 seconds, but already aggression coming out from both sides. Ozzy trying to get a bump off on Phoenix, but Strike is there to block the clear. Aldi banging it up to the left wall now. Ziz is there to collect, trying to get a shot on net. Phoenix there to bail them out. Phoenix has been such a clutch and, no pun intended, icy player for Icicle so far in this playoffs, being the difference maker and has looked brilliant. It's definitely been a battle between him and Ziz for control of this series.
Definitely is, but Phoenix trying to get that early goal going, almost looking for a bit of a cheeky mechanical play right there. I like the Doomsea dish, but it's not working out this time around. Ziz, though, setting up a wonderful, maybe a pass back to Strike. Strike needs to find the shot on target, but blocked off by Oldie. Meaning that the ball goes back to the orange half. A whiff coming out as well, but Phoenix there to help out his team once again. It's in the middle. Oldie with the shot. The crossbar denies him. And Ziz is quick enough to get the ball back to the midfield. No control, the 50s. Not what you like to see, but the demo is what you like to see. Strike with a quick shot, but the crossbar and the save from Kuziak.
Kuziak being the clutch player for Icicle in the moment that it matters. I believe he's up for this ball again, but Ziz just beating him out. Aldi does have time on the wall now, pops it into the defense. Quite awkward for them, but Strike is the first man ready for the ball. Ozzy has time, might take this one to the ceiling. We've seen it time and time again. Does not have the flip though, but able to clear it away.
No
Strike does have an open net. Phoenix going for boost. Oh, I thought we'd see it at some point. It is Prospect. Boost over ball. It is superior in most senses in Prospect here, but not then.
The fact that this is the first one we've noticed should show you what level these guys have been at.
Definitely.
This is generally the first one we've noticed, and they could turn it right on back. And it's a good opportunity once again for Phoenix, but Strike hits the ball high. But no follow-up to be found. Ozzy can maybe do it himself. Got in a good position. Phoenix there to help out his team to Oldie. Shot not found.
The left in the defense here. Ziz does have control of the ball. 50-50 with Kuziak is high into the midfield. Ozzy already up for it. Sends it into the opposing corner where Phoenix is waiting. No boost to his name. Tries to pop this one middle. Is he going to get a touch across? Does beat the oncoming attacker. Ziz knocking the ball high. Trying to get some bumps to buy time for Ozzy. Aldi missing the ball. Gets rid of the pressure immediately. But Ozzy immediately straight back in. Trying to get a bump on Phoenix. Orc in the defense. Kuziak missing. Strike. Oh, we saw him miss one last game when it mattered, and finally, he's not cursed by me or Spooks. He gets his second of the game.
US Strike delivers right on time when his team needed him. He didn't disappear. He is here. He has appeared. 2-0 up, but you still have half the game to go. It's not done just yet. You need to be careful as Kuziak brings the ball back into the middle. Two people jumping for it, and a demo. It's going to be hard to deal with, but Strike deals with it on his own, buying so much time for his team to just get back into it, get the boost, get the respawn, be good, but you have to be careful now. Phoenix in a good shot and a good position, looking for a follow-up once again onto the backboard, but no one there to help him out. Oldie now, quick shot coming out as well, Size with the block, and it's going to be hard for Icicle to get a goal going here.
It looks so good in Game 5, but Pluton beat all of them so far. We might be going to Champions Field, and why else wouldn't we? As soon as we get the best of 7, going all the way would be brilliant. Ozzy knocking the ball high to the corner now, trying to get a read off of the corner. Open net for Strike as he cleans up. Third goal for him. Not had much involvement in some games, has been quite inconsistent. But it's Ozzy giving us a highlight reel there. So close to greatness, but it doesn't even matter. Strike able to clean up and getting a hat-trick.
It is weird to me that Strike, when he does simple things, he doesn't do anything special. His 3 goals have been quite simple. But when he does that, he is the most lethal one on this field. He doesn't need to go for fancy shots, fancy things. Hit the ball hard and get it on target. He is fine with just doing that, as Ziz has to be quick because Kusiak once again brings the ball into the middle. Strike has to be very quick towards this ball. And he was quicker than anyone else. All these still keeping the pressure going. Size with the clear. Kusiak in an awkward position. Size once again bringing it into the middle. Both players are getting the best of touches, but only not on target. And it's been a bit of the story for Icicle in Game 6. It's all just been a bit not enough.
Equal shots on the board, but a difference of 4 in saves in Pluton's favour. It's not like Icicle haven't had their chances, they just have not been able to bury it. Shooting consistency for Strike and being set up by Aussie for one of the goals. It's just been very strong from Strike. We've seen a lot of defensive mistakes coming out, as we do see Ziz missing the ball there. Aussie to pop it back. Is Strike going to reach it in time? Beaten out by Kusiak. Phoenix is prowling on the goal line. Nothing there. Shot on net from Oldie. Maybe turned in by Strike there. I don't know if I saw something different. Beautiful shot to the left, to the top left corner. Nonetheless, very well played. Yeah, just bounced off the post. Looked like the car. Beautiful placement. It is probably too late, and we may have to count out Icicle. But I think we're going to be going to a Game 7.
Too little too late, or is it? Oldie now in a good position, hitting it high. It's a good solo play, but not working out, and it's not in front of the goal. So Phoenix, you can try your best, but that will almost never work. But this bounce is beautiful. Sai still in a good position. Back into the middle we go. We need someone to be there quick. Phoenix is quick. There's no follow-up after it, and that means that the save is there just in time. Icicle, we're going to Game 7 because they couldn't get that ball on target anymore. Pluton forces it. Game 7.
Oh, man. What other way could it go? These teams are so evenly matched. We did see Icicle come out on top in the series prior when it was a best of 5. If we're in store for a bracket reset Game 7, I feel very bad for Source, our streamer, who is not going to be happy about that, as he nicely reminds me that this has been a great series in our comms. But yeah, he's loving watching this, and why wouldn't he? Strike putting on a great show. 3 saves, 3 goals, and 4 shots. Pluton putting in a brilliant shift in this game. And now, we will be going to the fabled Champions Field for Game 7. Ooh. Spooks, I just want to know where you think this one's going.
I have no idea. 0. If you look into my eyes, or if you looked into my eyes, you saw that it was empty. I don't know. There's just one thing on my mind. A Game 7 overtime, Champions Field. It is a match made in heaven. It's a story just begging to be written. But in the end, we all know history is written by the victor. And who will be the victor of this game? It's Icicle still in blue, Pluton in orange. Game 7 to decide if we have a winner or if we do it all again.
And as we enter the most historical pitch in Rocket League, we are met with Pluton and Icicle, the grand final of Prospect. Bracket reset on the cards. Icicle trying to send Pluton home without all the stress, and Pluton trying to give themselves a shot at the championship. Ziz popping the ball high. Phoenix to try to deal with this. Pops it quite awkwardly. Oldie off the backboard. Does miss. Ziz misses as well. It's pandemonium on the goal line. All players committing on the pitch. Strike is quite awkward. Decides to leave the ball and vanquish the pressure. Not a great move. Oldie up for this ball. Trying to get something going for Icicle here. Bounces up. High off the corner. Who will reach for this ball? It is Phoenix. Knocks it off of the backboard. Will there be someone there that from Icicle? There just isn't. Kusiak trying to send this ball high, but the bump coming out and buying time. Oldie up high. Phoenix is there. Gets it onto the net. Beautiful play. Well worked by Icicle. Giving themselves a lead, and they really want this.
His name has been written in the stars so far. He truly has been the most important for Icicle. Getting a goal to his name in this Game 7, and it's an important opener. It could be the only goal you need, but we both know it is Prospect. We're gonna get so many more, but it could be the first, leading you to victory. As the demo comes out, Oldie hitting it high, maybe looking for a second for himself. It's off the backboard, straight into the hands, and he does it a second time.
How many times have I said that Phoenix is the impact player for this roster? Phoenix looking a man possessed once again in this Game 7. Pluton crumbling under the pressure. The same thing happened when they went Game 5 in uppers. They played too safe. They didn't try to play risky. And it really punished them. Phoenix is not scared any longer. They know they won when it mattered beforehand, and they want to win when it matters again.
It's gonna be a bit of a mental aspect, knowing that this is a team you've lost before. You went the distance before. You lost that time around. Can you change history this time? Phoenix with a good pass into the middle. It's Jay Kusiak for the shot, but saved by Strike. Putting onto the side, Aussie. Now with the control, with the patience. Maybe a 50 once again. Holding with a good block right there. Importance is getting it high, getting it not past Phoenix. Though Phoenix now into the air. It's a good opportunity, but blocked off by Aussie. Doing enough this time around, but it's still a 2-0 deficit.
And the pressure from Icicle is so strong right now. Ziz, the player that has been doing everything for Pluton, needs to step up here. Might have a chance for a shot, pops it round. No angle yet, but Strike 50-50 this ball high with Phoenix. Aussie under it, tries to pop it in the middle. Two players commit from Icicle to get the ball cleared. Ziz has time, but no boost. Pops it middle, Strike. Very awkward. Will there be a player rushing in? It is Phoenix, but just narrowly tapped away. Jay Kusiak above Aussie. And Jay Kusiak finding his first in Game 7. Icicle all over Pluton.
Icicle showing that they have the ice to get this victory so far. A 3-0 lead. We haven't seen it before where someone is able to come back from this. It's such a hard task to do, but you need to do it now or never. You don't have any lives left. This is it for you. You have to throw everything, your entire house, at this defensive Icicle to break through at this moment in time. And obviously looking to do just that. A good opportunity, but Phoenix, of course, who else, blocking them up.
Phoenix once again trying to get an attack going to extend the lead. All players missing from Pluton, hoping the ball would just drive itself into the net. Aussie trying to get a back pass, and with 2 minutes left now, Pluton have to do the unthinkable to get themselves back into this, and they just don't look organized. Ziz, an awkward touch away from his teammate. Phoenix rushing on, sending this one off the corner. Will there be someone there? Jay Kusiak knocks it into the opposing corner. Strike does have time on the ball, decides to bang the ball long. Oldie already challenging it. Absolute confidence from Icicle to be going for these kind of plays. Ziz is going to rush in, gets the dunk and the goal. Now, Spooks, we have an interesting situation here because, as I've said, if anybody can make comebacks like this, it is Pluton. Now, 1:34 left. Are we going to see it? That's my question.
It's gonna be hard. They need one as quick as possible. I need to make sure to not let any balls in. Aussie with the save right there. Phoenix tries to bring it forth once again. They really have to be careful. Strike now with a good opportunity. This one needs to be headed towards the goal, but Oldie took the boost and took the ball. Have a good hit forward once again. Strike maybe can help it out, but Ziz decides to jump forward himself. A miss coming out. Phoenix is ready to go, but not getting there quick enough. Aussie, what can you do by yourself? Pass into the middle. Need someone to help him out, but it's in the end, it's not the player you would want to see. Strike with an opportunity, but once again, Icicle is playing so patient, so relaxed. They're just forcing these 50s to happen, and it makes it so hard for Pluton to break on through. Ziz tries it once again, but still nothing.
It's almost as if Icicle are about to win a grand final and they don't want to lose. That is almost. Potentially.
Almost. You would think.
Almost. You'd think that that's their mentality right now, and they are looking so incredibly solidified. With 30 seconds left, we need to see something amazing from Pluton to get themselves back into it. Everyone from Icicle throwing themselves at the ball to keep them out. 20 seconds left. They need a goal soon. Jay Kusiak to knock this ball high. Phoenix to knock it low. And with 10 seconds left, it looks ever so unlikely that Pluton will be able to win this. The ball, 5 seconds left now. It's still trapped in their half. Jay Kusiak trying to get a shot, but it's all over. Icicle are your Season 10 prospect champions.
Icicle have done it. They have shut down Pluton, who was trying their hardest to get back into this, to fight back up. But this mountain was a bit too tall to climb. This team in Icicle, a bit too hard to fight. They couldn't do it the first time. They couldn't do it the second. And let me say it one more time. If you didn't hear Dispatch just now, Icicle is your Season 10 Prospect Champions.
Oh, my voice hurts. Oh, I've got to do this for 3 hours tomorrow as well. I love it, but my vocal cords do not. What a series that was. Icicle replicating the, I believe it's the exact same scoreline in Game 5 uppers. 3-1 to Icicle in the 7th game and the 5th game of the respected series. Ever so clutch, and Phoenix, he's got to be MVP, right? Jay Kuziak played great. Aldi played great. But just Phoenix, MVP for playoffs, at least for me. Played brilliant.
He did so much for that team. I genuinely feel like it's not in a sense where an MVP, it's like, oh, you can tell that he's the best one on the team. You can tell he's the absolute greatest. It wasn't that feeling. It's just the feeling that he was the most important on the field this time around. He was getting the shots, he was getting the goals, he was getting the saves, he was getting the interceptions. He was doing everything so well, and it just allowed for his team to always break through, always break forward, and always get things going. Such an impressive showing from him. But the entirety of Icicle was impressive today. This entire play-ins, this entire playoffs, they have been looking so good. But let us give respect to Bloodon. They brought the fight. They went up against such a strong team and did their absolute best, and it deserves some applause.
Definitely. Ziz looked like an absolute machine. All players from Pluton had their moments, but Ziz's highlight for me is being a brilliant player. I cannot wait to see more of him in the RSC. Beautiful showcase from both teams today, but Icicle do come out on top when it matters in those match-deciding games. Sadly, no bracket reset. That'll have to wait for the other tiers. But for now, congratulations to Icicle. Well fought and well deserved for them.
Definitely. And I think, if I'm correct, we still have an interview to go, Dispatch.
I believe we may be trying to get some interviews going now. I don't know if we are currently joined by the champions, but we will be trying to sort that eventually. But for now, Spooks, what are your closing thoughts on that series? Because I'm speechless about that now.
It's hard to put words in. I think the big thing to take away from this is that when it came to it, Icicle was always ready to bring that fight. Even in the games they lost, it felt like they were ready to go and ready to fight against Pluton, whereas Pluton had off games, and that really is the difference maker in these types of finals. You need to be on top of it all the time. You can't have games where you don't feel the greatest, because that leads to these misses coming through.
And yeah, I believe that we are now joined by the champions themselves. Congratulations on the win. How are you all feeling?
Over the moon. How else can you feel, to be honest? It was tough. Very tough.
Yeah, extremely. But
Very
we got
well
the win in the end.
Is this indeed everyone? Have we had everyone right now in here? I hope you guys can hear everyone. I hope it's all good. First of all, to all of you, congratulations. Prospect champions, hard-fought battle. I'm gonna ask the first question. You guys can, let's see, who do we want to ask the question? Which one of you wants to answer questions? To be a bit nice to you guys for now.
I think it should be our captain, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Alright, first question then. I'll ask you this, is, how do you feel? Because, like, that's the simple question, but it needs to be asked. How do you feel after winning this?
I mean, lost for words, to be honest. I mean, we kind of hoped in the back of our minds that you know, it would come to fruition. Put in a lot of hard work and a lot of effort, and like you say, it's just, it's unbelievable. It's still sinking in that we've actually done it, to be honest.
Very understandable. My question is for Jay Kuziak, and obviously open to the full team as well. What was your mentality like? Because obviously, win the uppers after what was nearly a reverse sweep from Pluton, and going all the way with them. What were you thinking going into that Game 7?
Game 7, we were confident as we've already won as many games as we won against them. We beat them before, so what's stopping us from beating them again? And obviously, we beat them again, which gave us the win. So we were confident.
Very nice, very nice. Phoenix, a question for you, because quite honestly, I think me and Dispatch said it before. You were in our eyes a bit of the MVP for this, for the playoffs, because you played insanely well, insanely consistent. Did you feel really that level of goodness today, or was it just a normal day for you?
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. But yeah, when you're in the game as well, you don't really think of that. You just try and do one thing at a time and just concentrate on your job and do what's needed, basically. So, I mean, I seen the points afterwards and obviously happy, but, you know, we win as a team and that's how it is.
And that is definitely what we like to hear. Very great showcase from you. My final question for Aldi. As soon as you went into the grand final, there was obviously the pressure of Pluton beating Obscurity quite convincingly. When they took that first game, what were you guys thinking? Is Aldi with us?
I believe Aldi had
to do early. Yeah.
Very, very unfortunate. I will open that up to both of you two to answer them.
Phoenix,
just to
go on, can you repeat the question? Yeah, please, yeah.
When you got into game 1 of the grand final and Pluton took that first game, obviously it was quite convincing with the 4-1 win. What were you guys thinking? Because obviously they were very aggressive Pluton side compared to what you saw in the upper final.
We're thinking we come in a little bit cold and we just needed to get warmed up, and then second game we showed that and we proved that. They were playing for quite a while, so we just needed that game back in and we were off.
Nice to hear. Then one final question, and whichever one of you wants to answer, you can answer, because it's a bit of an open question. You've won right now, right? And of course, now your prospect. I'm gonna assume that some of you are gonna move up. Is there any idea of maybe trying to stick together a bit longer, see if that works for next season, or are you just gonna be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna be free, I'm just gonna see what happens?
I know me and Aldi are moving up to Challenger if the MMR stays the same, because we both hit around 1360, 1370, 1380 region. But like I say, we hadn't really thought much about next season yet. That's obviously for the coming weeks, because we were just focused on, like I say, doing what we needed to do today to get that win.
Very nice, very nice. Once again, I want to give you guys all massive congrats. And you guys, if you want, do a shout out. Any last words you want to say before we'll let you guys go?
I just shout out to Toxic, obviously. Shout out to Axlos for coaching us. Toxic for being our sub. Obviously, without him, we wouldn't have won those sub games. We would have played those sub games. Phoenix, anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Pluton, to be honest, because although it was hard fought, the guys were great, and you know we have a good relationship with Pluton and Ozzy and Ziz and everyone. So you know, well played, guys. Obviously, it was tough. It was very tough.
Very, very nice to hear. Once again, thank you all. I want to give you a special thanks. Sauce is saying thank you, a big thank you. He wants to hug all of you for not making it a reverse a bracket reset. So he's the most thankful out of all of us. I'm gonna let you all go now. Go relax. Go enjoy the victory, as me and Dispatch are gonna finish today off for you all. It's quite simple, Dispatch. A massive win for Icicle here. I personally am quite happy to see Icicle win this, because Galamo, I know Hazar is a part of it, and I don't want to see him win. So I'm always happy when anything he does loses. So I'll give it over to you, Dispatch. Any last words before we go?
Oh, the only last words for me is it has been an absolute pleasure. A great plethora of series that we have seen tonight. And it is only the beginning. Obviously, the end for tonight and Prospect. The champions will be Icicle, taking it for free in the grand final. We still have every other tier left. I'm very excited, but grateful for the league for having me. It's been a great evening.
It's been a wonderful evening. I think everyone has been excited. I think this is a final that you can look forward to and you can just enjoy. prospect in general, I as someone that has personally not watched too much of the prospect this season, it has been mega enjoyable to watch them all play in this playoff bracket. They have been amazing. The level of skill they have shown has been incredibly high for what probably most people expected originally. And it has really shown how good these players have become over the seasons. That is it from me. I'm gonna let you handle the rest Dispatch, because I am out of words, to be honest.
It's been a great evening. That will be the end from us. Obviously, very much thank you to our sponsors, HyperX, Luna, Badass, and Metafy. Would not be possible without them, and the prize pool will be going to Icicle and the team split between themselves, the 4 players. Put on a great show across the season. Thank you very much to Source for streaming and all the casters so far that have worked along with the playoffs. It's been a great set of games. I've been so excited. I will now go rest my voice because I need it heavily. The glass of water between games has not done me justice, and considering I'm casting tomorrow, I do not know how I will feel. I'll definitely be sleeping in. But
Did them favors, they was not deserving them. Boy, I be thinking a mile a minute. They gotta be kidding. We go to war, I'm the captain, the general, and the lieutenant. Nowhere to run or hide, I don't stop till it's finished. Me, I be minding my business, drop more records than Guinness. Gotta be a Guinness World Record. Don't play chess nor checkers. I only play for keeps. Came out the east, boy, I'm a beast. He gotta keep the peace, that thing on him is keeping the peace. I never sleep, out in the streets, gotta stay out their reach. With the mob, talk that talk, shake a piece, yeah. Feel so big, talking Papa, shown and meat. We had some pride, put it aside, cutting the pie, with all the guys, yeah. Made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What other side? I gotta grind, yeah. I gotta grind, I gotta grind, I gotta grind, all of the time, yeah. 24/7, 365, gotta get mine. Stay on my grind, yeah. This just in, more doing, less discussion. Killing every single beat I'm touching. Sick with it, need a Robitussin. Moving fast, but I'm never rushing. Damn boy, it's really other son. Say you poppin', but I know you wasn't. Not my brother and you not my cousin. Yeah, nah, we never buddy. I like to drink to my vision fuzzy. Money got me feeling lovey-dovey. I say a prayer to the God above me. Tell him I'm back, yeah. I gotta stay in my zone, man. Maybe I'll come with the dogs, yeah. Maybe I'll do it alone, yeah. Either way, I get what's sold to me. Never believe what's told to me. City on lock, I hold the key. We can't link, I got goals to me. Yeah, that's facts. Put the island on my back. Grind cause we gotta eat. Yeah, we the ones they wanna see.